Hello. It's stream 98. Two more until I get to 100. So today I'm going to be working on some server commands. So a little intro in case you're like watching this on YouTube and you're like, what the hell is this? I'm working on a game. It's called Omniarena. It's not yet playable yet, but I'm just getting started. Probably another month. Let's say, what would that be? Stream 140 or so. I'll probably be working on the actual game elements. Until then, I'm spending a lot of time, if not all of it, in setting up the server infrastructure because it's going to be a multiplayer game. So the content of the game is going to be retro style 2D pixel art. If you remember the old Ultima games, I really like those, playing them as a kid, and so I'm going to try to recreate that with multiplayer. So the server architecture kind of looks like this. Well, the game architecture, I mean, the whole system. So you'll be able to play my game in the browser. The game client will run in JavaScript, and it will connect to the servers through WebSockets. There's multiple servers. They talk to each other also through WebSockets. And there's an orchestrator server, which starts and stops the actual game servers. I use game and realm sort of interchangeably. My thought was that if I were to set up a second world within the game, there'd be a second cluster. So this group of realm servers is a cluster. So a special property about this is that they're copies of each other. So each one has a complete state of the game. We use a consensus algorithm called Raft in order to ensure that they all stay lockstep. They all have the same copy of everything. Whenever any change is made, it's replicated to the rest of the servers. The reason why we do this is in order to take down a server to update its code or to fix a bug, or if a server crashes, the game continues to run. So hopefully the other servers continue to run, and then clients can switch over to the servers that are still running in the event of a failure. So it's for fault tolerance. And yeah, the Raft consensus algorithm I use has three main parts. The way I see it, there's the election process. So one of these servers has to be leader because you need a single decision point from which to make state changes. It sort of gives the go-ahead to apply changes, right? And the second area is replication of state. And sometimes I forget the exact word. I think replicate is good enough. So whenever the leader decides to make a change, let's say the leader is the third one here, connected to the client says perhaps move to the left, and the leader says, okay, we're going to commit that to our state, and then we need to tell all the other three servers to do the same. So it will replicate the log. It'll tell each server that, hey, this new log entry needs to be added to your copy. That's log replication. So the election process and log replication I've already done in past streams. If you're interested, I have all my past videos on GitHub, and the notebook, which you can read here. Yeah, right there. Has a section called log, and you can kind of look back and see where was it that, for example, he worked on hash functions, or where did he first started working on Raft. So you can find which video if you're interested. So the third part of Raft that we're working on this week, and probably next week a little bit too, hey there, Rally Monkey, is the reconfiguration or cluster membership change. So let's say we have 4 servers and we need to take one down for maintenance. So we might assemble a new configuration that just has the first 3. And then we go through a pretty complicated process to safely take out this 4th server from the cluster and then upgrade it, for example, and then repeat that reconfiguration process to bring it back into the cluster. So I've been working on various elements of it, and today I am adding the actual commands that we would post to the journal or the sequence of log entries to change the state in order to kick off that process. And then there are various elements inside the Realm server that have to react to certain commands. So I don't know if this is going to be the final design, but I have broken it up into 2 commands, start and finish. And the Raft end of it I did last week. And so the wrapped algorithm has its own internal commands, which should be working. So they're working in my unit test structure. We're just adding the overall server game commands to kick it off and finish it up. So here's what's going to happen. When an admin requests a configuration change, this start reconfiguration command is going to be applied to the log. When that command is committed, and committed means that a majority of servers in the cluster have saved it to their log, then the executor component is going to write the new configuration file. And the coordinator is going to tell Raft to change its cluster configuration. So that kind of kicks things off. When Raft is done, we'll get a commit message from Raft saying that it's finished. And when that's applied, we're going to construct this finish reconfiguration command, which is a signal to the executor to go replace the new file, the old file with the new file. And then also at the same time, we have to have some messages between the coordinator and the orchestrator to start new servers and stop old ones at certain times. When you're playing my game and you migrate an updated server, the process it should be seamless to you, especially if we know we're going to take a server offline. We can do clever things like tell the server that's about to be taken offline, hey, go into standby mode, and so hand off all your clients to another server. So you know, like they have a handoff process for cell phones. Whenever you travel from one area to another, it's seamless, unless your call drops, which is sort of a bug in the system. But as long as we can prevent connection drops, we can tell the client, hey, while you're still talking to us, go start talking to that other guy. And then once that's confirmed that you're talking to the other guy, then you can drop that connection and be talking to the new server. Then when the old server no longer is servicing any clients, it can be taken out of the cluster and no client will notice. That's the whole goal. So I'm not going to get that seamless thing done first. I'll just do a quick and dirty, which is no matter if a client is connected or not, we take it out of the cluster. So the client might get a disconnection and they'll have to reconnect to the cluster, right? So some of the terms here might sound strange. I have a section called names, and there's Raft specific names. So when I mention things like a cluster or configuration, consensus, election, follower, leader, the log, what state means, it's all here in the notebook. And it's also in raft.github.io is a description of the algorithm. And there's other links to read the white paper and such. And I don't know if I have terminology for the game yet. I don't think I do. I should probably add that. For now, you'll have to look at the notes for server architecture, and I have the terms here. So this is what it looks like inside of each game server. The front end, so to speak, front end of the back end, yeah, is a web server. And there's also a web client. I need to add that box here. We either receive or make connections to other servers, and we receive connections from clients, and we make connections to the orchestrator. All the connection stuff is sort of managed by this coordinator component. So it's the one that's the messenger. It's sending and receiving messages. The Raft algorithm's placed here. This is a reusable part, and that's all. That part's on my GitHub. A lot of the reusable components I make are in my GitHub. And the Raft's log, or sequence of state changes, is implemented by the journal component. That persists or saves to disk all the changes to the game. So if the server crashes and comes back up, we can replay that journal to recover our state. The executor is in charge of turning the sequence of log entries in the journal into an actual configuration. So right now our configuration is just going to be a single file. And so the executor is going to take commands to change that file and apply them by writing the new file. Pretty basic, right? And then one component I haven't really gotten to yet, I've redesigned it a few times, is the reconciler. Because I imagine we might get requests from clients that conflict with each other. Like, let's say you have two players near each other and there's one square between them, and player 1 says move to the right and player 2 says move to the left, and so they both try to occupy the same spot. Let's say we don't allow that. So the reconciler will have to figure out which request wins. Maybe it's first come first serve, maybe it's how strong the character is versus the other character. So it'll decide which request to honor and which one to deny. And the deny might be that nothing happens, or it might be that something else unexpected happens, like you get pushed out, or you bump into them or something. So the reconciler is going to take possibly competing requests from other servers and from methods within the game itself. For example, NPC actions will all be routed to a reconciler as requests to change the state. The reconciler will respond back with actual log entries to apply to the journal. It has access to the game state to figure out what it should allow and what it shouldn't. So a lot of the game logic, like for example, the collision detection, for example, if I have that, would be in the reconciler. I suppose the physics engine would also be in there as well. So we're not going to get to that for a while. I'm focusing mostly today on these four components here. Raft part should be done, but we need executor work, coordinator work, and perhaps journal work. All right, so here's the current state we're going to have in the game. It's not really a game yet, so I should maybe say this is the server state. I don't want to use the word game until there actually is gaming in it, because it's sort of disingenuous. Hey there, bug found. Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to do this since I finished streaming yesterday. So bug found will be a VIP. VIP bug found. You don't really get anything from being a VIP, right? Other than a badge. But congrats. Bug found's a regular viewer, and he's contributed some to the channel, so appreciate it. So we have the current config. We need to make the next config. The executor is going to make the next config when we commit this command. So I need to define these commands and hook them up to the journal, and then we need to have them created when an admin request comes in. So first things first, I guess we'll just create these commands. So the root base class, so to speak, of commands is called raft command. And there are only really two things required. It has to have a type as a string, and you have to be able to turn it into JSON. And then sort of indirectly, there's a third requirement where if you, to register that command type with the journal, or with, in order to pass it through raft, there has to be a factory function, so it's backwards from the encode. It's sort of a decode, turning a JSON value into the command. So we have two commands already. They're built into raft, single and join configuration. That's just for the raft part of the configuration. So we're going to be adding start and finish reconfiguration for the game itself. So that sort of doesn't live in raft, which is the reusable part. It's going to go into the realm server, which is my game. So we're going to add them. Where should I add them? Depends on who needs access to them. I was thinking earlier before the stream I should have the integration layer do the registration of the command types. So that's down here. I think it is. Where do we create the journal? Oh, do we not create a journal yet? Oh no, we don't even have a journal yet. We should probably add that to the list. Right now we have a journal placeholder, right? I think it might be in the coordinator engine. It's somewhere. Let's find where it is. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Raft log. So this is just a placeholder until we have the journal in place. So maybe we should make that replacement first on our list. So replace the raft ilog placeholder in coordinator engine with the real journal. So I did this yesterday for the persistent state. So the idea is we remove this, and then we're going to add it as a dependency. So this should trigger what I need to fix just by removing the type completely. Hey there, Gadam. Nice to see you. A wave to you. My day is doing good. Doing well, I should say. How are you doing? If you just got here, I am going to be removing the placeholder I have for the log in the coordinator with the real journal, and then we're going to be adding some commands to allow us to make configuration changes on the fly. Right, so this doesn't exist. I don't actually think this is used, except to initialize Raft. Yeah, so we can remove it from here. And then I can remove this. And then just this Raft log, we'll have to pass it in. So configure Raft will need to change, and then whatever calls configure Raft will have to change as well. Right here, which is mobilize. Coordinator mobilize. So yeah, let's find it. Here it is. Right, so Raft for system, let's just add it to the list, shall we? It'll be ilog. Alright, so let's copy this actually. This is the object which handles the persistence for Raft's log entries. Or well, it's not just for the Raft, it's for the whole server. Oh, that's right, I can't wrap. I'm not a good wrapper. There's a problem with the rewrap tool. If I trigger it, it does that. Which I guess for some people will be fine, but I like to have this a separate paragraph. I still have a feature request open with the guy who makes that plugin, which is rewrap, and hasn't moved, so maybe he doesn't care. I don't know. That's fine. I don't take it personally. I just can't use rewrap on those parts of the comments. Mobilize. Let's add the Raft log here. So that Raft log gets passed in. It doesn't get passed in. We need to pass it to configure Raft. So configure Raft here. And then commented there. All right, and then I can copy this comment. It's just sort of passed through to the engine part. Right there. Okay, so it's mobilized by the integration layer here, right? Right, so we need to construct it and pass it in. That's weird. I screwed that up somehow. There, fixed. So let's make a Raft log. This sounds like a good place here. Create it where we create the other things. So here we're going to actually create the journal. I need to include the journal header file. Actually, let's just name it journal. And then we're going to we have to start the journal, and we have to register our new command. So kind of want to make a function for that. The question is, does journal start fail? It doesn't. Okay, good. Although I don't know, maybe it should if the file is corrupted or something. I don't know, I'll get to it later. So right now it's just I'm going to make it a function. So start journal. And let's make that function. Where to put it? This is a good place as any, right? Where's that other function called from? Oh, it's called there. Okay, good. That's a good spot. Oh, here I don't need a shared pointer, so I can just dereference it and say it's a journal, completely violating the Google C++ standards, which say you should not confuse value and reference semantics, but that's what I'm used to doing. I don't like raw pointers. The reason I don't pass in a shared pointer to this is because this function isn't going to really take ownership of the journal. It's just borrowing it for a while to set it up. And that's one habit I used to have, is I just pass shared pointer around everywhere. And if you do that, let's say, not this function, but let's say you have a function you call 1,000,000 times a second, and you're passing a shared pointer, you're doing 1,000,000 unnecessary increments and decrements of the reference counter if it's a shared pointer. So this is a little bit better, a little bit more efficient. So set up and start. We'll set up the server's journal. That's all we need to say, right? In and out is the journal to set up. Up to video 55 now. So have you gotten to, I don't remember at which point I added my webcam. Don't remember when that was. What was 55? Blast from the past. What was doing in 55? Oh, I was doing transport layer security. Oh, that's interesting. I was doing a lot of bad stuff back here that I had to clean up later because I realized I really didn't have a good discipline for how to handle mutexes and callbacks. And the other thing is I didn't know how to use promise and future, so I used condition variable for everything. And at some point, I think it was in December, I realized the problem with the mutex and callbacks, and then I also learned about promise and future. And I'm like, wish I had known that in stream 1, because people are probably like, why is he using a condition variable and not a promise? And why is he holding that mutex while doing that callback? So embarrassing. Cool, yeah. I should probably do that. I'm embarrassed about the refactoring. A lot of the time I do that off stream, so maybe I should do more on stream. In the past, I've dedicated whole streams to that, so... And I like people know, like, if you don't like refactoring, don't watch. When was it? Oh, yeah. So 87 was refactoring the coordinator. I spent the whole day on that, or 4 hours on that. Yeah, so, okay, starting the journal. That's a Raft journal, isn't it? No, a Realm server journal. Okay, ultimately we have to call start on it, right? And it needs a path name, so I decided to put it here, right? So get the executables parent directory and then add raft.json. I wonder if I should make that a constant that I can put at the top. Yeah, let's do that. So this string here. So, oh, I didn't want to call it Raft either, did I? We'll call this the journal file name. All in caps. I like to make global constants, or global variables in general. That means this should be all caps, shouldn't it? It should, I think. Let me fix that in a second. So, what are we going to call it? Game... how about just journal.json? No, it's not .json, is it? It's got its own format. Game.journal. This is the name to give to the file in which the game journal will be stored. Let's fix shutdown while we're at it. So this is that. Okay, and before we start, actually, here's the part we're going to insert our new commands. But let me make sure that this actually works. So we call it there, configure coordinator. It doesn't work yet. Because why? Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? What? What does it not like about that? JSON value? What? It's like it's not the real error. Oh, what's this? Doesn't take 5 arguments? Thought I made it take 5 arguments. Oh, it's 6. There's one place where I didn't do it. Oh, in the tests. Yeah, actually, that makes sense. I forgot about the tests. You changed the function from lowercase to all caps shutdown? Oh, did I? Oops. Wait for shutdown! Thank you for that. The epic unknown, always seeing my mistakes. That's good. Let me make sure that that was its name. Oops. Here we go. Cool. All right. Thank you for that. So yeah, the problem in the compiler was I didn't update the tests. So we're gonna have to have a mock journal, right? Unless I have one already. Do I have a mock log already? I don't. Let's make one. I probably have it in other tests. Yes, I do. So we'll just steal from here. There we go. I just didn't pin it. Okay, here we go. All right, so what do we need the mock log to do? I don't think we needed to do anything. At least not yet. Hold on, no, we're going to need to confirm that it applies things to the log, right? So, unless the mock raft does it. What does mock raft do for append? Oh, we could do our mocking. We could do our checking here, so I guess we can just make it like the persistent state does nothing, right? No properties, no life cycle, just a default constructor, and then we don't really need to do anything to satisfy the compiler here. That doesn't need to do anything, that doesn't need anything, and that doesn't need anything. All right. So we just need to make one. Let's put it here. Actually, I'm going to copy this comment. That's a little bit better. Use to supply the raft log implementation to the coordinator, which should pass along to mock raft. Raft log. All right. And then we got to use it in all these mobilize calls. I have a feeling that there's a lot of these. Oh, yeah. I had a trick yesterday, right? It was copy that, paste that in there, and then turn this into a regular expression where We count the number of spaces and we replace it with the same thing with the spaces in front, and then a new line, and then the spaces again, and then mock wrapped log, comma. There we go. Something is doing an equals comparator. What would be doing that? Oh, wait a minute. That's weird. Oh, yeah. Okay, we don't need to do that. First time linking in the morning, it takes 10 seconds instead of 2 or 3. Actually, I like this test. We can repeat that for the log. Verify wrapped log properly injected. So it's the same kind of thing. We'll expect the wrapped log to be the log keeper. And do we have a log keeper? Okay, we can just make it here. Just hold on to the log keeper. And take that and put it there. All right, so I'm going to run the unit test. Actually, I can just run them here. Test, explore, go. Cool. All right, and I'm going to run it in the real cluster now. Let me make another shell for this. And right, it's all from this directory. So stage serve. Making sure it doesn't crash. Oh, interesting. What happened here? Ping timeout. It was too slow. The orchestrator killed 2 servers because they're too slow to respond to pings. How funny. Relaunched them. They're like, okay, you guys are good. And the turn number jumped from 10 to 20. I guess it took 10 timeouts for those 2 servers to come back up, and the 3rd server was lonely and started 10 re-elections. That's funny. Yeah, the ping timeout is pretty strict, and I'm not even running optimized build, so I guess it makes sense. So cool, there should be now the journal files. So if I look at build, if I look at any One Realm servers, yeah, see there's a game journal, which is empty. Cool. Let's check that in. Smart get C open dot. Okie doke. Yes, we added the journal, gave it a name, made it all in caps. Maybe I should make this a separate check-in here. We'll do that separate. We'll do the shutdown separately here. Come on. Accept that hunk, please. Okay. This one. Should that go in there too? That's sort of just a miscellaneous fix. Oh, no, I'll leave it alone. All right, so what we're staging here is just the capitalized shutdown since it's a global variable, and that's my convention. Okay, now we have the journal stuff, right? Starting it, creating it, giving it to the coordinator. We have to mock it here. because all of these mobilization steps need it. Quite a large number. This tells me when I refactor these coordinator tests, all the stuff that keeps getting repeated is going to be in helper functions. The only thing different here is the instance index, right? All the other things are the same. They're all foo. Yeah, that definitely I should refactor that. And here's the new test we added. So we removed the placeholder. In fact, the coordinator engine only gets it to configure raft now. That's the placeholder being removed, yes. Cool. I like to review my changes just to make sure I didn't make any silly errors, typos and such. All looks good. Stage all of that. So realm server, integrate real journal, or integrate journal. Yeah, remove the raft ilog placeholder and use the actual journal. Make the journal a dependency of the coordinator and inject that dependency at the realm server host. Okay. So that's done. Let's add some commands. To add commands, they're all new classes. So, and I guess they're gonna live in the realm server. So let's make some new commands. Now I'll pick one of these files that's really small. Duplicate it. Start reconfiguration command. And I'm already thinking I want to make a subdirectory for commands. Because we're going to have a lot of command classes. They're all going to be teeny tiny little classes. So let's do that. So we'll have a folder called commands. And we're going to drag that guy in there. Source commands. This guy's small? He's small. And then he moves into commands. Yes. Okay. And then tests. One smallest. This one. Actually, I could just have a single command tests. I'm thinking of just doing a single command test and not having a command subdirectory because they're going to be kind of small. Yeah, this feels right for now. So, in the tests, we have a source command tests. And in this one, we are having two subdirectories. HPP, all right. Just gonna reconfigure CMake for a sec. Then let's reduce this to just a placeholder. So commands start reconfiguration command. I like to make this first part match the path to the file, and then this second part be the file name. That's the reason why see the command twice. You know, alternatively, I can make that, yeah, that should be a namespace, right? So yeah, let me remove this command part. Let me rename this just single configuration, because it'll be in that realm server commands namespace. Namespaces are just promoted forms of name pieces. So I'm okay with removing the redundancy. So this is, we don't need this redundant command here because it's in the directory name, and the directory will naturally meld with the namespace. So in other words, this is nested namespace commands. And there's a new syntax, right? You can do this, but I think that was only, it's in C++ 17 or something. I'll look it up. So C++ nested namespace. Okay. Declaration. Right, so C++ 17 might simplify it. It might. Did it not get? It's C++ 20? Anyway, in the newer C++, I could do something like what this shows. Or I could do that. I mean, that for now. I haven't moved to C++ 17. So it's not going to let me do that. But we could do this. Actually, this sounds better. I'll do that, and then I'll just have two braces at the bottom. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, let's fix stuff here. Start reconfiguration, and then this is commands. And yeah, it's a structure. All right. By the way, this is a bad habit I have. I still, because it's been drilled into me from my last job, I still put these copyright things in here, but I really should be putting the current year and updating the ones that don't have that. Okay. This represents a command. This represents a server command, which is used to signal the beginning of the process to change the game configuration. All right. What do we have in it? Well, first of all, it has to be a raft command, so we need raft in here. Log entry. I should probably move that out, shouldn't I? Command should not be in log entry. Aren't you using a lot of comments? Yeah. It's just the style I have that I need. I like to have a file scope comment, a structure scope comment, and one per field. And then, because when I run Doxygen to make a reference manual, I'll have a nice description of everything in that structure. In the actual code, though, I try not to put comments, so you won't see comments here in my code. Mostly because that doesn't go to Doxygen. I mean, it doesn't go to any kind of reference manual when you run Doxygen. And it kind of forces me to, if you can't read it, it forces me to refactor it until you can. So, yeah, people might get annoyed that have a lot of comments, but it's mostly because I try to get into the habit of making enough comments that you get something useful by running Doxygen. Okay, we don't know what we want yet. We just know we need to implement some of these raft commands, right? And that's these guys. Oh, I never documented that. We were just talking about documentation. I never documented what these do. Yeah, let the code speak for itself. That's a good thing. Because when you think about it, This code isn't meant for a computer to read. Compiler. After the compiler is done with it, it's no longer meant to be read by a computer. It's really meant for two things, the compiler and then any human who might read it. The compiler doesn't need it to be pretty, but humans do. So make it pretty or readable for humans. Compiler doesn't care, so it's not really the major concern. Okay. Override. Had a little blank there. So that's minimally what we need. And I kind of feel like making that. That feels wrong. That's a code smell. It should be that, shouldn't it? Which means I need to pull it out. This bypassing 403 is a very time-consuming test, meaning you have to test many different header modifications and should fail. Try weak link APIs. Are you talking about checking some web stuff, like responses? What's a 403 again? I forget. Oh, that's like a authorization required. Oh, access forbidden. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't really worked with the 403 code very much. In the code I wrote, I just pass it along to the user and let them like retry the request. On the server end, it's up to the request handlers to kind of decide whether or not to return 403. So yeah, I don't know if I can really help answer that question. I'm sorry. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of refactoring. So log entry is going to get copied to command. Call it command. Call this one command. And this isn't an implementation. Why do I have that? This is the structure. You might wonder why it's a struct and not a class. And that's actually a good point. Why this should probably be a class. I have these, like for example, these are structures because the only thing that will actually create it will need direct access to fill it in. And it's really just a plain old data structure with two helpers, so to speak. I generally only make stuff a class if I really need to hide something. Like if I was going to make one of these and give a pointer to it out to something that should not be accessing the fields directly. But in this case, this is only like really used by the creator of the command. So, although this could be a class because it's more standard to do that. Yeah, we'll keep it like that. So, by the way, 9 AM, you're saying test many different header modifications. If you're like making a unit test for finding all the different ways something should fail, and you're like, let's say you're using test-driven development. So, what I end up doing when there's a lot of cases, I'll show you what I do. I think I did this in request tests. No. Server tests. I get to the point where there's just a lot of different combinations of things, and maybe this might not be the best one. No, it's not. The client tests one of these. Oh, maybe not HTTP. Maybe it was in URI. So like there's lots of different ways you can malform a URL, right? So what I'll end up doing is make a table called test vectors, and I'll basically say like what are the different pieces and then what's the expected result or expected conditions or whatever. So you end up with this huge table of like different variations of things. And at the end it's basically like for this test it's for all these different combinations of pieces, how should it assemble the URI, right? So you make this huge test vector and then you just have a loop. So the same test code is applied to every single row in the table, so to speak. So if you have like a lot of different conditions where something should or shouldn't return a 403 or whatever, you could just design the same thing. Like, what are the things that vary for each case? Make it into a table, and then you just have a loop. So that hopefully that might give some idea on how to fix your problem. I'm not sure, but maybe. Okay, command. It's just going to be that. So we just need string and JSON. There we go. And then log entry will include command. O comes after L, right? Command.http. So we can remove it from there. And I need to fix this. This should be structure. These need homes as well. These need their own headers. But I'm not really prepared to move that yet, because then I'd have to move around these tests. I have tests for these different... They would have to move too. I guess I could do it. It's not too much work. Let me look for everywhere where the word command is used. Right, so we don't really use it directly anywhere else. So then we're good. So I just need to add it to the CMake lists. Command reconfigure. Uh-oh. Source commands reconfiguration doesn't exist. Oh, I didn't rename it. That would be why. Cool. Configuration done, generating done, good. So, yes. Back to where I was here. This should work now. I don't know why it doesn't. It should. And then the CVP just needs to have these methods implemented. This is start reconfiguration. Contains the implementation. Update copyright. All right. And it's just reducing to this. Return a start reconfiguration. Keyboard challenge today. So I'll figure this out later. So right now we'll just return an empty value and then remove the Chrome. There we go. And then the tests. 9. This module contains the unit tests of the various realm. Hold on. Yes, realm server command structures. So let's see. What do I need to include? Not file or vector. Not journal. It's just the commands we have. So realm server commands start reconfiguration. And I don't think we need a test fixture. Really, there's just two things you can, there's 3 things you can do. You can get its type, you can encode it, and then you can make one. So Yeah, so we will, yeah, let's call it. So this create, let's fill this in with a assert false for now. Assert true is false to make it fail. So remember to do it. Okay, and then the two more, right? So create, encode, and get type. This we can do right away. So arrange is just make one. Command. Act is to get the type. Well, really, it's to expect it's equal. Start reconfiguration. Get type. Okay, and then there's no fixture. Okay. See where we stand. Oh, right. So it's not an internal header. It's realm server commands start reconfiguration. Okay, good. So I can go here. Realm server tests, and then filter equals command tests. So all right, the get type passes, the other two don't. Cool. Let's fill in the test first. So create const auto command equals make shared realm server commands start reconfiguration, and I want to be able to create it from a JSON value. So command as JSON, and then we'll make the JSON here. Command as JSON equals, we need to include JSON for this. Object. So I need to stop and ask myself, what do I want in this command? I think I just want the actual configuration. So that's just, it can be whatever, right? So it's not the concern of the command hold it. So we'll just put in some dummy value. So hello world, yay. Let's see, what else? Yeah, that's fine. Don't have to get creative or humorous. So we create it, and the assert is that if we, hold on. I gotta put something, no, I do have something in there. Expect, let's just have the start reconfiguration command hold just the command. That is its state. So command as JSON should be what we get. If we ask the command for its configuration. So we need to add that. Properties method. I don't have any methods except for the overloaded ones. So here's the JSON value configuration. All right. This is the configuration. This is the new game configuration to be set. All right, and then we need a constructor. Start construct a new command of this type. It's going to have a configuration. Well, no, this is the this is a serialization. So do I have that? I don't really have it documented. This is the serialization. Well, it's not the serialization. This is the encoding. A JSON encoding of the command. The idea is that the wrapped log entries can carry a command, and they carry them as JSON values. And so the command can be reconstituted or reconstructed from that JSON value, and it also needs to have an encode. I should maybe call this encoding, shouldn't I? Encoding. That matches that. Yeah, that makes some more sense. Okay. So it means I have to have that definition somewhere. My dog just barked. One single bark. I don't know why. Okay, so I'm just going to keep it simple. So its configuration is the encoding. And then we'll just return the configuration. Because I don't think we need to carry anything else in that command. The command encoding could just be the same as the configuration. Yeah, and if it ever changes, this is the point where it will change. We'd actually have to do real decoding here, or real encoding there. So the concern about how it's encoded is completely within this file, which is nice. So that should be it, right? Oh, oops. I didn't do this one yet. But it passed the create, right? So we just need to do the encoding. So I can make one and then set its configuration equals that. The act is to ask it to encode. So const auto, well, we can just do an expectation directly here, right? We expect the command configuration to match when we ask the command to encode itself. Oh, it's an arrow. This needs to be an arrow. You made your first CPP thing today. It took 2 hours to do it and it multiplied 2 values? Oh, good job, Ramy. When you're first starting C++, since there's all that boilerplate stuff to just build a program, it can take a while to figure out just all the things you need to set up, right? That's another thing that modern languages have as an advantage over C++ is that there's far less boilerplate. At this point, though, I'm kind of used to the boilerplate, and some of the tools really help, like CMake helps tremendously. You only have to write like a few lines of CMake lists, and then you have a program. Encode, all right? How come it doesn't like this? Oh, because this doesn't exist. Yeah, we just use the default. Encode, there we go. And then we don't need an assert. Very simple tests. These commands are really just wrappers for data that could be different. And it allows you to insert it into a log entry by its base class. That's all it's really doing. So it's got to be, we got to keep it real simple. So that's the start reconfiguration command. The arrow, oh, that's kind of a combination of things. So really it's just minus greater than. I'm using a font that has a custom ligature that makes it look like a single glyph. I forget who it was. I think it was Endless Soccer. I think it was the one who recommended that font. It's kind of growing on me. So it's Fira code. You guys can't see that. Shoot. What if I close this for a second? There you can see it. So I use Fira code font. And I turn on this font ligatures, and it It does that, but the arrow is the equivalent of the alternative, which would be to dereference the pointer and then go to the member called encode. So these two are equivalent. So yeah, well, let me turn off that font for a second, and then you'll see what it looks like without the fancy dancy. So it's just that, and it, yeah. Enough said. I have this bad habit of like over-explaining things. I think what it is I don't get that immediate like head nod or head shake or that feedback directly, and I guess I have this habit of thinking, well, if I don't get any feedback, I need to keep talking. That's a bad habit. What do streamers do? I guess they assume that that they have an optimistic assumption that you know what it is right away, and if you didn't, you'd chat again and say that shit's wrong. All right. Okay, so that's starting code. Let's throw in the finishing code. I called it finish, right? Finish, yeah. Finish reconfiguration. Well, thanks, Rami. So we're going to add another set of commands here, and we'll finish. I guess I should try to keep them sorted alphabetically. So this would go first then, finish reconfiguration. I'm using this wonderful Control-D command where it like adds the next match to the selection, and I can just do that. Isn't that cool? I like it. Yeah, Rami, I don't have a bot to respond to that like Adam does. All right, so we need to make the header. Shortcuts are awesome. I'm not as good as Adam is, for example, in setting up lots and lots of shortcuts, but it's just a matter of training myself. Okay, this needs to be replaced everywhere. This is used to signal the ending of the process. Yes, that's exactly what it is. This is the new game configuration. Yeah, it's carried there as well. Does that make sense? Actually, it doesn't really make sense. Start has it, so why do we need to carry it again? Really, it has no properties. That makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? Making your own snippets. Yeah, I know that's what Adam does too. And I haven't gotten into that. It probably would save me a lot of time, right? Okay, so I'm going to have it do nothing with the argument. And it returns, we'll just return null. A null pointer is convertible to a JSON value, which would just be a null JSON value. Seems good to me. So add it to CMake here, right? Finish, and then here too. All right, build. You can do it, build system. No, you can't. I messed up somewhere. Did I misspell it? I have this feeling that I misspelled it somehow. But I don't think I did. What did I do wrong? Is this just a... That's a red herring, isn't it? The real problem is somewhere else. Configuration is not a member. Oh, I see. Yes. Yes. So create. I expect it to be What? I don't. It doesn't matter. There's no test here. I can create it. So what? um. Yeah. It doesn't matter. We don't use it. So it's a silly test. We don't need to test that we can create it. Well, hold on. It'll never fail unless it crashes. It could crash though, right? So it's still a valid test. Test is it doesn't crash when I try to create one. Okay. This one again. I don't need to do that. And what do we expect when we encode? We expect null. So JSON value, null pointer. Okay, there we go. And it passes, of course. It's so ridiculously simple. Oh, hold on. That's interesting. That's an interesting bug if I use the arrows. The bug with Mugget. I wonder if I can do anything about that, because that's a sort of a console thing. Okay, yes. We added 2 commands. We added 1 command tests. Good, 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 good. Stage all that good stuff. Realm server, add, start, finish, reconfig commands. We're on to the next thing. We actually have to do something with the commands. How about we'll do it one thing at a time. So we'll test that it's applied if the admin requests a config change. That'll be first. Hold on. Ridiculously simple. Finally solved a bug today. Been stuck on for a literal month. Ended up being removing just one. I'm telling you, Remy, the worst bugs take over a month and are a single character change. Usually it's like an equals needs to become like a greater than or equals, or a less than an equals needs to become a less than. It's just one character. Those are the worst bugs in my experience. It's like Murphy's Law. The more difficult the bug is to find, the fewer characters change it'll be to fix it. All right, so applying this command when this happens, I need to find out where that is. That is in... I think I already have a test for this, so... admin. Actually, there we go. Just highlight the word admin. I think we can build off of one of these. Right, because this probably has the admin send a reconfiguration command. Yes, okay, so I'm going to take this one. This is an old test. We'll repurpose it. Because it's not going to distribute command configuration change to followers anymore. It will do something more grand. Leader applies start reconfiguration command. What? Upon admin request, I guess. With some edge case as well, where whenever we download something from our server, it gets prefixed with the header that's always 12 bytes, contains information about the file. There's a rare condition where it couldn't download 12 bytes. Oh, that's right. Yeah, those are tricky, right? It's really 2 downloads, or 2 segments of the download. And most times that first segment downloads fine, so you didn't have a problem, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you fixed it. So instead of not like this, it should be like, yes, finally fixed that bug. And what was the saying? I can't remember, but it was like, why is the engineer paid so much? Because he knows which screw you need to remove in the machine. No one else knows. Microsoft messed up DCOM on Windows with an update half a year ago. DCOM? Does anyone still use DCOM? I barely touched it because, what was it? they had moved on to newer technologies like WCF, right? To do their RPC stuff. What they picked up the trend of doing web APIs. DCOM is like web APIs if you didn't have a web. It's distributed COM, so it's where COM is just an object-oriented. Really, it's just a way to specify interfaces between components, and then distributed COM would be your two components are on different computers. How do you do a remote call? So you have to package up the interface through a messaging, like a marshalling kind of scheme. It's very similar to like SOAP or REST. You just have to describe your interface in terms of messages, and the what DCOM did is it did a lot of the marshalling for you based off of the declarations. So like a declarative RPC, which is kind of nice. You just have to declare the interface, so you run the tools, and it made the remoting and the marshalling code for you. Hey there, Frost Ice Cold. Uh-oh, something's wrong with my camera. The light's different today. Let me adjust my chroma key so that my shirt doesn't disappear. And not too, if I go too much, it does that. So where's the happy middle ground? Right there? There you go. Still use DCOM, and do you still use MFC though? If so, that would be very legacy. That's what, now 3 or 4 generations old? Well, I'm impressed. Yeah, legacy apps, I guess you can't get away from it. You use MFC? Oh god. Next you're gonna say you use COBOL too. No, I should stop joking. That's pretty old. MFC is Microsoft's foundation classes. It was mostly for their graphical user interface. It was an object-oriented add-on, so to speak. And it came before WinForms and before the Windows Presentation Foundation and before ActiveX. It came before all that stuff. It predates COM, doesn't it? It was like the object-oriented later on top of Win32. Oh, brings back memories. Okay, anyway, so we're going to repurpose this test. And we only need an admin for this test. The admin's going to identify themselves. We'll remove this stuff. We do not need a leadership change, do we? Oh, I think we do. That tells the coordinator that we are the leader. This is a magic number that has to do with the fact that in our setup, I have 85 is the ID of the first server, and right here we're saying we are the first server. That just has to match. Sorry about the magic numbers. Maybe I'll refactor that later. But anyway, the act would be, yeah, we do something innocuous to the configuration just so we can see it, and they send it. So the test before was that is the peer told? Is the follower told it? So this is not different. Instead, we're going to expect the mock log to get an entry applied to it. So expect, actually it would be an assert, right? Assert false that the mock raft log entries. Do I have entries? Hold on. I think we're not doing anything with the mock log yet. Yeah, we have to do something with it now, right? Because it's going to give it to Raft to append, and then Raft will take it. It'll be the leader, so it'll directly append it. So yeah, we need to do something here. I guess we can just do a simple implementation in our mock. And I still I'm meaning to look at Google mock. That comes with Google tests, but I haven't done it yet. So I still hand code my mocks. Okay, so what? Entries? And so dummy, a simple implementation would be this would return entry size. We still need to have this dummy if index is 0, or because it's 1 based, in the raft ilog, the indices are 1 based. If it's greater than 0 or greater than the size. That would be an illegal access. We need to do something without crashing. And otherwise, we're going to return entries index -1. Doing research into switching from decom to gRPC. What's gRPC? I have never used it. Is it cool? gRPC. Ooh. I like the words high performance, and what was it? Open source, universal. These are all good buzzwords for me. Actually, this will probably be better, right? HTTP2 for transport. This looks sweet. It's we need to help Wikipedia out. Let's expand the article on it. It looks cool though. Let me put that in my notes to look into later. Because I'm into that kind of stuff. I used SOAP a long time ago, and then I got into REST, and now I'm using WebSockets for my RPCs. So I like RPC stuff. How would the software world be without open source? It would probably be that the only programmers work for big companies. And yeah, it would be kind of sad, wouldn't it? You wouldn't have as much interest in technology because as a kid or whatever, because you wouldn't have access to tools, right? It would be really sad. I don't want to think about the sad world where there's no open source. Okay, roll back. Because open source really started from the hobbyist movement, right? That people would write software as a hobby, or they did it as a side project and they wanted to share it. Okay, roll back. That's just entries.resize to index +1. No, index. So roll back to 0 would mean destroy the log, which resize to 0. Yes, that makes sense. Why does it not like that? That's just stale. Yeah, look at that. It just disappears when I look at it. Okay. Entries dot actually we can do a what was it? A back inserter to do this? I forget how to do it. I always have to look stuff up like this. How do you use a back inserter? C++, yes. Oh, I hate C++.com. I like CPP reference much better. Although in this case, their example kind of sucks. Is copy it? Okay, what I really want to do is concatenate two vectors, C++. And I'm guessing the answer would be to use a back inserter. Oh, insert takes out iterator range. Okay, that's even better. All right, so insert entries dot end. The new entries begin to end. I wonder if I should change the style. I've been using this draconian style of if I wrap a line, every argument gets its own line. But then sometimes I think maybe that looks nicer. Because these are strongly coupled. Does that look better or that? I don't know, I'm on the fence. That has the appeal that it's only 4 lines and not 5. And these sort of go together. This has the appeal that if I were to add something like 1 here, this stands out more to me. So this will make sure that it stands out that I didn't add or anything. I'm going to keep this for now. All right, so commit. I don't think we need to do anything yet. But we will, though, right? In a little bit. So let me just preemptively put this in. So last commit. commit index, and we'll just advance it. We'll just set it. All right, all that framework is prepared. So now I can assert that the entries are not empty. Actually, it's stronger than that. There should be be exactly one entry. All right, and that entry should be the append, or should be the start reconfiguration command. So expect equal. Actually, it needs to be stronger than that. Again, assert equal start reconfiguration for. Let's just get the entry out. Const auto entry equals first entry. Entry dot command get type, and then if it is, then we can do this static cast. So static pointer cast to realm server commands start reconfiguration for entry.command. And then we can expect equal the new config for the command says is the configuration. I don't think I have that included yet, so I need to include that. All right. Let's do that up here. Command start reconfiguration. Does that build? When you started programming, OSS was printed in a magazine? Was it in a magazine or was it on a bulletin board or both? I still remember, was it, they called it BSS? BBS, bulletin board system. And you'd have to connect to a modem. Or you'd have to use a modem to connect, and your modem would be 1200 baud and it would just take forever. All right, let's run the test. Actually, let me make use of this newfangled thing. What is it called again? Leader. So L. Leader, here we go. Run. It failed. Because we don't actually append the entry yet. Hey there, Steinfeld. It's going all right. How are you doing? Oops, I waved the wrong guy. I waved Stinky Cheese. My autocomplete failed. There we go. Autocomplete fail. All right, so yes, so this is failing because we haven't implemented it yet. By the way, anybody who's watching is like, what the hell is he doing? I'm using test-driven development with Google Test, and I have a little, a half an hour intro video if you're interested in like how you do it from scratch. But I kind of code backwards. I write the test first for a new feature, and then I see the test fails because the feature isn't in the code, and then I go add the feature, which makes the test pass. And if it was like a bug fix, the test would be like reproducing the bug. So whenever I run into a bug, the penalty is I need to add a unit test to catch it, reproduce it, and then I fix the bug and see the test passes. And then over time, the idea is that you develop an enormous suite of tests. You try to make them run reasonably fast so that like this whole thing runs in 5 seconds, which is okay. Not great, but okay. And you just get more confidence that your code didn't break whenever you make changes to it because you just run your tests again and make sure they all pass. So I'm working on a feature here where we're doing a multi-step process where we have a cluster of servers and we're going to change the shape of the cluster. So I'll just do a really brief re-intro. So I'm making a game. It's going to be a multiplayer game. So that means, by the way, if you want to read more about the game, the game doesn't exist yet, but I have ideas on what I want to do. It's a multiplayer game. So the system architecture has a cluster of servers in order to have fault tolerance. In other words, if a server crashes, the game doesn't stop. It's just the other servers kind of sort of pick up the load. Clients will reconnect to other servers if the one it was talking to crashes, for example. And so each server has the exact same state of the game. They talk to each other very frequently to exchange whenever there's a change from any source. It first goes to the server, which is the leader of the cluster, and then that leader replicates the change onto the other servers. It's using the a consensus algorithm called Raft, by the way. So the thing I'm tackling today is if I wanted to add a server to this cluster, like go from 4 servers to 5, there's a pretty detailed procedure to follow, and it's several steps, and I've gotten the Raft part of it done, but now I'm doing the my own cluster implementation of Raft to fill in the missing pieces there. So there's a page in my notebook for every day that I stream, and so here's the plan for today. I'm adding 2 commands. These are the very first 2 commands in the server that's not generic. These are specific to my game. So it's going to be start and finish reconfiguration, and they have these things that have to happen when that command gets to various points. And I'll use words sometimes like log, commit, apply. That refers, if you go to the name section, it refers to the Raft specific names. Actually, I don't have apply in here, or commit. Let's add that. Apply. Add an entry to the local log. The entry is not yet on a majority of servers in the cluster, so it's not considered final. And then commit would be right here, right? Commit. Confirm that a log entry has been replicated to a majority of servers on the cluster. So, in other words, the entry is final and can never be undone. Which is important, because if it could be undone, then you can't guarantee a bunch of fancy algorithm word meanings like sequentialness or something. In other words, like it become unstable. You could there'd be all sorts of weird conditions where you could go back in time essentially and rewrite history, kind of like Git. Kind of like if you've pushed something to GitHub and someone else has pulled it, it's sort of final. To undo it, you'd have to apply a new entry that reverses the decision. So I'll use a bunch of these words. They're kind of defined in Raft, or I kind of defined them here myself. If you're confused about what things mean. So right now I'm working on the step where if an admin requests a configuration change, we need to apply this new command I defined, because we're going to look for that command in the executor component to know when to actually write. We actually write the new file once it's been committed. So once the cluster confirms that yes, we are switching configuration, then the executor is going to like, okay, write the new config file. We write the new one, but we keep the old one around because there's internal steps in the state machine for Raft to actually bring up the new server and have it join the cluster. And so that when we get the confirmation back from Raft that the new server should have joined the cluster by now, then we apply a finish command that the executor will take to replace the old file with the new file, and then we're done. So when I say executor, by the way, that's this piece. So all changes to server state when you're using the Raft consensus algorithm come through a sequence of log entries, and each entry has a command to change something in the server state. And so this journal component is going to carry that log. And the executor's job is to take commands and apply them. So in the case of the configuration, the finish reconfiguration command tells the executor, okay, we're done, now we can use the new config. And coordinator is going to be the one that is injecting these log entries, and because it knows where it's the one that receives the command from the admin, and it's the one that injects log entries into Raft. So if you have any questions I'm not answering, please ask. Today you had a final project representation. Your endpoint that was, oh, what's this? Wow. Thank you very much, Steinfeld. Thank you for subbing. You now have a bronze gear badge. And eventually, I think think I will give some extra benefits to subscribers, like special access, or actually probably what I'll do is you'll get the if I end up making this game, you get a free copy of or a free account. I'll probably do stuff like that, but right now you'll have to bear with me. The only thing you get is a badge. But thank you for your support. Other streamers have like little things you can do in stream. My idea is that when I have a game going, it's multiplayer online. So I'll mix it in with the Twitch channel by having like allowing subs and other people who contribute to like be able to have special access in the game, I think. You don't care about anything else? Well, that's cool. I'm trying to give back at some point because you guys don't have to donate. It's not expected. It's very much appreciated, and I feel like I have to give back at some point. All right, so this is what's expected. The test is set. It's not doing what is expected, so let's make the code change to make it do what is expected. I have to remember where that is. It's in the coordinator. When we get that change change configuration. Would that be in the engine as a coordinator? Probably. Yeah, here we go. On change configuration. All right, so I had put into the start handling change configuration. Right, so it tells the orchestrators. It tells Raft, but we don't have it actually append the command yet, and it really shouldn't do that until until it's committed, right? So we're gonna break this. This is gonna have to move. Let me put a to-do note. This needs to be moved to when start reconfiguration is committed. Funny enough, the teacher didn't even let you run it locally to see it working properly. Oh, that's right. I was reading your message when the sub came in. So you're saying you had your final project representation. Your endpoint was Node.js and Prolog for pathfinding algorithms, all because of the SSL certificate. Oh, it failed because of certificate. I see. Didn't let you run it locally. Simple post worked and he ignored it. Well, that sucks. I've heard that other times too. Like some teachers and professors are just kind of weird, where they don't really understand that it failed for an irrelevant reason. They kind of just want to see everything run smoothly, and if not, they kind of just say, "Okay, you fail." That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But you know, it happens to everyone, even big companies. What was that there recently? Some big company's certificate expired, and like it caused 1 million people to lose access to something. Bad teacher, yeah. All right, so that's going to have to move, but we'll just leave it alone for now. We will instead be append an entry. So it's going to be a start reconfiguration entry. So that's Raft log entry. Hold on. This thing, I just don't want to make an unnecessary copy here. Right, so I can do a move into that vector to avoid a copy there. And then let's set it up. So the term is our current term. That is in, where is it? Persistent state? It's been a while since I worked on the coordinator. Oh no, it's not in. It's in our server configuration, right? What is this? Oh, hold on. Actually, maybe we don't have it. We're not recording it right now. Cluster term, that's what it is. There you go. Hey there, Trumpsis. How's it going? I'll do a Raimu wave right back at you. Okay, cluster term. And then it's command. So that's going to be start reconfiguration. So we're going to make that one in a second. So we'll make that one up here. And let's do the nice thing and use the move assignment. So we don't have to do an extra reference count on it. So const auto start reconfiguration is standard make shared start, oh, it's commands start reconfiguration. And then we can fill in the configuration. Is new configuration, right? All right, so that doesn't exist yet because we haven't included it. Server commands, there we go. Okay. Okay, this all goes with this to do. Code that's gonna move in a little bit. And I think that needs to move too. Let me think about that. Yeah, it's when it's committed. So this also moves with that. This part moves to there. Okay, let's see if that works. This should come back to the test framework as it appended the entry we were looking for. This is not the entry you were looking for. What's the test we're running? Oh, thanks for the follow, Melg1? Leader applies. That sounds like a good filter. Leader applies. Nope, didn't do it. Why wouldn't it do it? It be the leader. It should append the entry. We should see it appended there. So I missed something. Hey there, Tim. How's it going? Shout out to Tim. He's working on a pretty cool game. And he has his own game engine in C++, if you can believe it. It's a racing game, a racing car game, and it's really cool. I really admire that he made his own engine. So check out his stream when he's streaming. It's awesome fun. How's your game coming along, Tim? Let's see. I don't understand why this is failing, so I am going to put a breakpoint right here, and I'm going to use this nifty feature of the Test Explorer where I can just click that button. Okay, then what happened? Cluster leader is 85, we are 85. All right, so it should have appended it. So what happened? It should end up for the append entries going, oh, could you see the problem? I forgot to fill it in. I feel stupid. I didn't fill it in at all. It's just supposed to go to logkeeper and forward it. Yeah, let's do that. So logkeeper append entries. There we go. Anything else I should do while I'm here? I need to do that soon. Should I just do that now? Oh, hold on. Why is it being stored there? I think we have to pass it along. Oh, wait a minute. No, it doesn't go to the log. Yeah, we don't need to do anything there. Can I explain what I'm doing right now? Sure. You improved your rendering from 9. Oh, that's nice. Get that FPS up. Yeah. Shadow maps. Wow. I'm a novice at at 3D graphics, but I know enough to get in trouble with OpenGL and DirectX, Direct3D, and to do simple things, but I haven't done stuff like shadow maps yet. That's cool. Okay, so let me explain what I'm doing. I hope to make a game soon, but it won't be for a month until I'm actually doing game stuff, so I don't have that in my channel, my tags or anything yet. But the idea about the game is it'll be multiplayer. It's going to be, I'm going to start simple, retro 2D art style, but the multiplayer is important. In order to get off the ground, I need to have servers. So your client, when you're running the game, will be in the browser, and you'll connect to these servers through WebSockets. These servers need to be fault tolerant. So my idea was to use a consensus algorithm and run multiple copies of the server in what's called a cluster. Each server has a copy of the state. So if any one server dies, the client can just switch to another server and keep going. So what I'm doing today is supporting changing the shape of this cluster. Like if we had, let's say we have these 4 servers and you need to remove this last one here. No one's talking to it anyway. There's a pretty detailed procedure in Raft, and then my implementation around Raft in order to safely remove it, or let's say add another one back, and that's the reconfiguration. So I'm working on the steps involved there. You have to let this orchestrator know that the server needs to be killed, but not right away because it has to safely leave the cluster. For example, it might be the leader. It needs to step down and let someone else be the leader, so it gets a little bit complicated. So I added 2 separate game command server-wide commands, start and then finish. Start kicks off a bunch of things. Different pieces of the server do different things, like the executor is in charge of writing the new config file. The coordinator is in charge of telling the wrapped up algorithm to start the cluster shape change. And then when they're, we only do these when they're committed versus applied. And that has to do with how many other servers know that we're doing it. It gets a little bit complicated. If you have any specific questions, let me know. What really kind of enlightens what I'm doing on the server side would be to look at like the intro to Raft, where they talk about how you have multiple servers replicate the same state and how you have to have one of them be the leader, and reconfiguring the cluster is a more advanced stage. So I'm carefully stepping through that and making sure that each step is correct, because things can go horribly wrong if you don't do it right. Your whole cluster could just crash. Yeah, it's a bit more complex, but the cool thing is that it's reusable. The Raft algorithm, I have it in its own class because it's reusable. And once it's running, it should be pretty sweet. I should be able to add a server, remove a server with just like a few buttons, and all the backend should just shift gears on its own. Yeah, the one limitation though is, and this is what I originally thought it did. I thought that this did load balancing, but the consensus algorithm really doesn't do load balancing. Everything still has to go through the leader, and these other ones are really just standbys or backups. So later, if I need to do load balancing, I'll have to. It's like sort of a different. It's an orthogonal problem, right? It's a different problem. I might have to add to the Raft algorithm, so like let followers do some of the work offloaded from the leader, or I might have multiple clusters to do load balancing. Yeah, so like the leader in Raft is sort of like the master server, and the follower servers are like the backups, essentially. And so we don't do load balancing, we're just doing fault tolerance. So yeah, hope that answered. I hope that gave you a good idea. Let me know if you have any questions. So, we're trying to figure out why that didn't happen, right? Oh, because I didn't do that. Okay, let's run the test again. Hopefully I fixed it this time. Yay! So we apply the command on request. Now the second step is what? That the executor writes that file when it's committed. So now we're shifting over. I should probably check this commit in. Let's check it in. And then next one is some executor work, so. All right, so we are fixing that framework. We implemented that mock just for this test, and that test just makes sure that we append that entry. Okay, good. Stage that commit. Coordinator. Append. Let's make the full sentence first, and then I'll try to shorten it. Append start reconfiguration command to the log when an admin requests that the game configuration be changed. Can you share a PDF? You're making documentation in string cauterized. Okay, let me go ahead. That's fine. That's to my notebook, right? And we're gonna look at yours. Let me look it off screen just to make sure I don't It says I need permission. It says access denied. Yeah, I can't get to it. It says access denied for me. Okay, append. That's all we're doing, yes. Commit that. Is there a way? You might have to open up for read access. Okay, there we go. Just let me look at it off screen for a second to make sure. All right, you said it was in Portuguese. That looks pretty complicated. Okay, so you're using package diagrams and component diagrams. You use UML. So you're just showing it, right? Did you want any feedback on it? Yeah, it looks pretty complicated. I hope you're having fun doing this. Wow. That's nice. Cool, cool. Looks good. My feedback on this one, though, is there's like a general rule that I was trying to follow at my last job, too. Like, if you have to, if someone can't read it on a projector, you need to break the diagram up into pieces. So, like what I would do is take this detail out, so just show the colored boxes alone with a generic relationships between the boxes, and then have separate slides for the internals of each box. And this one might want to break up into even more pieces, maybe. Yeah, this one's not. I think this one has too much detail in one place. It's okay when you're doing UML to omit stuff that's more than needed for the point you're making. So if you're just saying this is the model in general, I would just abbreviate or simplify. Okay, well, if you're doing it for a computer to read because they're needed, then that's fine. But yeah. For human consumption, this is a little bit too dense, right? It looks cool, though. I don't usually use these kinds of diagrams, but I do use component diagrams because I like to see what exposes an interface and what uses that interface. So that's nice to see. Cool. Bravo. I like it. I approve. I approve of that documentation. All right. Right, we're moving on to executor. Executor's got a, so that's where you have executor test, don't I? I do. These are old, right? What is the content of that test? Yeah, these are I tried. I had like my first attempt to do reconfiguration in the executor and commit and coordinator, but I kind of failed because I didn't understand how to do it in Raft. Then I did the Raft stuff, and then I'm coming back to this, and I'm like, this isn't quite right. So these tests are old, like the ones in coordinator tests that were old. I need to kind of mark that they're going away. Okay, hold on. This one, we save this one? Is this salvageable? No. Not salvageable. These three are going away. I'm marking them as they're going away. It's going to become dead code in a little, very shortly. So let's take this, and the real thing will be what? Write new configuration when start reconfiguration committed. Okay, so let's arrange the new config. So it's kept very simple. And we can do that because the executor doesn't care the content of the config file. It just has to have a JSON object to, what's this publish new entry event? Oh, that's a helper. Right. Right, it takes the entry and tells subscribers about it. And that's how the executor knows that something's been published. Actually, does the executor ever respond to applied ones? No, it's only when they're committed. So we can have it register for committed events, not published, not applied ones. So that's this, right? Hold on, I don't quite understand what I did here. Subscribe to events. What's Oh, yeah. So we need to fill that one in, not that one. New entry. Where is it? Oh, the executor does that. Yeah, UML. The people have different experiences with it. So this is probably the most I'll ever do with UML. Is well, this, and sometimes I'll do sequence diagrams. Sequence diagrams can come in handy when you have complex interaction between threads and you want to kind of get someone else to understand the interaction. But on the other hand, having to write a sequence diagram, you might think is, well, that's sort of an indication of maybe your design is too complicated. These come in handy because it kind of helps me remember like who's supposed to be related or having associations with who, and who exposes interfaces and who consumes them. So this is pretty much it for my UML. A lot of people will go really, really hardcore UML and do everything in it, but I only just do these component, and this is sort of a hybrid between a component and a class diagram. So I don't even really stick to the UML strict definitions. I kind of mix them. Yeah, I mean, it does really help when you're using object-oriented programming to have each object as a box and show how they're related. And when the diagram gets too complicated, then you're like, maybe my design is too complicated. If you can't draw it in one picture, right? Then you split it up into sub-pictures, subsystems, and all that. Okay. Yes, so mobilize the executor, set up a new configuration. Here's the journal event. Why is this an event? Right, it's not new entry. We're going to we're going to use a commit event. I don't need this. Well, the obsolete test needs this, but we're going to use this one instead. It's when it's committed. That one, we need to actually put it in the log, don't we? Oh no, the executor doesn't actually have access to the, no, it does have access to the log. But it's not going to read the log, because it's just going to respond. No, it is going to read them. Yeah. Make sure I understand. I wrote this a while ago, and it's been a while. Yeah, so it only gets the index of it, not the entry. Why did I decide to do that? I guess I assume that you get this callback and then you just read it back, but that's sort of silly. Would it make more sense to include the entry? Yeah, let me change this. So we're changing journal. So I should go to journal tests first. It would be about the commit. Do I not have tests for this? Bad if I have no tests for new journal events. What is this subscribing to? New. Oh, I don't have a test for it. Okay, bad, bad, bad. Let's have a test. Missing test. This is subscribe to. Okay, new journal events is not quite right, is it? New entry event and commit event. This should be new entry. Entry. Okay, so a commit event has some, yes, has some entries in it. Actually, I think we would append all of them, wouldn't we? So the journal has 3 entries in it. Then we subscribe. And we subscribe how? By saying commit. We expect to get, so this doesn't work yet because this doesn't match, but I'll make it match in a second. And we're going to call it committed, I guess. Sounds good to me. So we don't need to append. We do a commit. Hold on, let me think about this. I think I intended to have one already start committed. So commit, and this it's one based in this API level, unfortunately. That's because of Raft. Okay, so we're gonna commit 2 here. And then expect a callback for that second entry. And then the idea here is that we would unsubscribe, and then we do a commit 3, and then we would expect to still have only the second entry, not the third. And this should be there. All right. So the point of contention here is the interface needs to change. Here's the interface. It needs to do the same thing that new entry did. Okay. That will change the journal, right? I can let the compiler direct. Compiler directed work. Have the compiler tell you what you broke, and then you go there and fix it. Okay, executor, line 156. Right, so we are registering a commit. And we now get the entry as well. On commit, and then it includes an entry. On commit probably doesn't do anything. But it will. Okay, for this command, for the configuration command, we don't need to do anything with the entry, right? Oh, no, we do. Sorry. I'm being dumb. This is the old code, and we're going to sort of strip it out and replace it with the new code. So what else do I need to change? Okay, in the tests, line 50. Oh, right, we have to include the entry now. So it's going to be entries index that, right? Why do I have it as num unconvented entries? Why did I do it that way? Oh, default don't. Yeah, right. Okay. By default, commit them all. But in this case, only commit. This isn't even right. And we want to commit them all, don't we? Yeah, so commit them all. So I should just get the... it's only one entry at a time. Do I want to pass a list or do it in a loop? Good question. For game overall, sure, but for subsystems like the particle system... Oh, I see. I'm trying to keep this simple. Okay, yeah, these are all in old tests I don't care about. I don't want to break them, though. Hold on. This is assuming I'm doing something in the setup. It doesn't, though. What the heck was I thinking? This one pushes it in, but this one doesn't. Oh, when it does not exist. This test is just broken, you know, I think. All right. I need to stop and think here. How do I want my helper functions to behave? I should be publishing the new entry first, and then the commit event will just, let's just simplify this. We'll have it catch up, so we'll remember how many have been committed. That's the design, right? That's what the journal does. Let me look and see what the journal does. What is the journal expected to do for commits? Oh, that was the test we just wrote, right? Actually, you know what would be a good test is that commit2 should have 2 callbacks. And then we should have 2 of these, right? 1 and 2. Why is it 1? That's wrong. This should be a, right, that should be a 1 and a, that's, it's 1 based for the log, but 0 based for vector. Yeah, that looks better to me. Right, and committing after unsubscribing shouldn't change anything. Okay. So given that, this needs to record the commit index. And what we'll do is we'll loop. So for size t, it's commit index. Well, hold on. Why don't we just say while commit index is less than the size of the entries. It's going to commit. Right, it's going to commit the commit index, and we're going to increment. And then it'll be entries commit index -1. Because again, commit index 1 based, vector indices 0 based. Sounds good to me. Why is it not like this? I think that's just stale. Okay, so publish commit event. Right, so this test, it's not enough to commit it. We need to actually put it in new entry. So it's the new entry event. And it's not change configuration, it's start reconfiguration. And let me think about this. This has to be, it's very specific. The entry, why is it a JSON value? That's wrong. It needs to be a log entry. Yeah, this is wrong. What am I thinking with using JSON directly in here? It's got to be a log entry, not a JSON value. I don't know, people. It's like I'm crazy when I write it the first time sometimes. So let's fix this. These are raft log entries. When okay, what we receive back should be raft log entries again. We receive backlog entries, yes. But when I compare them, how am I going to do that? Oh, hold on. No, this was JSON. This is an entry because I'm putting, right, I decided to put the whole entry. So we'll just serialize the, I think it already supports that. We can convert a log entry to JSON, right? Let me look and see. Yep, design evolution. It's because I'm trying to construct the test case and I'm realizing, hey, the API is wrong. So yeah, I was going to see is log entry convertible to JSON. I forget exactly what I did. This is why I let the computer remember for me. Yeah, so it's convertible to JSON. That's fine. That'll work. Okay then. So in this one, it's the same deal. Entry, yes. Yes, 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 okay. So given that, this will probably change as well, right? Yeah, so this needs to be a raft log entry. Yes. Types were wrong. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Okay, that surprised me that it built. I'm wondering, was it bug found that said I might get into trouble by having those implicit casts? I might be getting myself into trouble here. Let's just run all the tests. What could go wrong? Plenty of things could go wrong. Let's see what's going wrong. Okay, these are the old tests. They're failing now. I wonder if I should bother fixing them. This one's broken. Okay, nothing was committed. Why? I didn't think it would utterly fail like that. $523. Subscribe. Commit. Okay, what's going on here? Oh. Because I never implemented it. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Mr. Muffles is another awesome streamer that you guys should follow and check out. And I've been waiting for him to stream again. He's kind of been on break. But when he streams, he does a Metroidvania style game in Unity, which looks really polished already, even though he's not finished. So check him out. Oh, I just realized I did not implement journal committing at all. I think all we need to do is issue callbacks, so that's what we'll do. I'll just have a helper that does it, right? Why not? Publish commit event. And here it's plural, because there might be more than one. It might commit more than one entry. So, go to this and we'll make a copy. Publish a commit events. Publishes a commit event about every journal entry committed since we last called this. How about let's say publish a commit event about every journal entry in the log starting at the given index. So we'll have to pass in an index. So first entry. This is the index of the first log entry for which to publish a commit event. All right, so that is called down here. And so we need to remember which index we have already committed. So or is it backwards? Do I have this backwards? I think I had to have it backwards. It's not the first, it's the last. Yes. Starting at the first, well, how do we say this? It's really not just publishing, is it? Okay, let's have it both. It has to have both first and last. Let's just have it both, and then now this function is only responsible for doing what it says in the name, and then we'll just have this do the work. So the last will be index, and the first will be the current commit index, and then we'll just have to advance it. Commit index equals index. There we go. And it's going to be +1, isn't it? And then we'll have to initialize that to 0. Naming is I struggle with names. The oldest last entry would be this commit index. So the thing is, you could add more entries and not commit them, and then when you commit them, it could be not all of the ones you added. So you might add 5, commit 3 of them, then commit 1 more, then you might add 2 more, and then commit all 3 of those. So the adding and committing the commit is always behind the last one in the log, but it might not be the last. It's at or before the last. So I just need to have this as part of our state. Yes, I'll add it here. This is the index of the last entry committed. And it's always, shall we say here that's always started at 0? It's not persisted. This is not persisted. Each time the journal starts up, we assume nothing is committed. And replay replay the journal entries to catch up. Well, once the cluster leader determines they are committed. So you're not supposed to. The raft algorithm says you're not supposed to assume that things are committed based off of if you thought they were before, because things can change. There are like corner cases where you could be wrong with the initial assumption, but if you just assume the worst, that you might have to replay the entire log, you can't go wrong. All right, so it'll start at 0. We'll advance it, and here we're going to publish. Publish. I just copy pasted from here, didn't I? We have to loop, right? For is from first to including last. We will. Actually, let's put them all in a queue. Oh, I see what I did. Yes, so that was to have it hold a lock. So the lock is locked there. And then when we're not holding the lock, we do the callbacks. Yes, so index is I. So we don't need this index. Well, index is I minus, well, just I minus 1. Hold on, if it's this, right, okay, plus 1. Plus 1 matches the minus 1. When you have indices start at 0, it gets really messy. Oh, hey there, Mike. I'm getting all sorts of Twitch streamers in my channel today. I'm gonna give a shout out to Mike. He is working on his own game in Unity, and I call it an arcade platformer. And Mike, what did the other playtester the other day call it? He coined a new phrase, but suffice to say, it's a little bit of a different game. It's hard to pin down the genre to, but you should check it out. It is going to be released this month, and he's got a trailer for it and everything. Not my kind of game usually, the arcade games, but this one has like a mode you can play where the clock isn't ticking, and you kind of can stop and think about the strategy, and it's also got some cool sound effects and graphics that makes it fun to play. So check it out. So this should be I. Okay, cool. I think that works. Oh, they'll do the ligature font? Yeah, that was Endless Zocker is the one who got me into using this ligature font. And it kind of is web dev a little, right? This is server stuff. It's going to run on the web. I don't know. Okay, it's building. Let's try to run it again. Bad function call. Really? How did I manage that? Commit or subscribe to commit events. Try to do commit. Let's run it in the debugger. That was the delegate null. Yeah. Right. I didn't have a check for that. I should have a check for that. We can skip the subscriber if their delegate is null, right? So if delegate equals null, then continue. And probably other tests are going to crash if I don't do this one up here. There we go. Physics-based gravity and space platforming puzzle, time trials and leaderboards, rage game. There we go. Yeah, I don't rage quit on that game because I just don't play in the time trial perfectionist mode. I just like it for the puzzles. It's got something for everyone, I think. If you're up for a challenge, then you can play it in the time trial mode or perfectionist mode. And if you just want a kind of a thoughtful strategy game, you can play it in the, taking the checkpoints and not worrying about perfecting it. He's got a trailer and it's on Steam, so check it out. It may or may not be up your alley. I'm trying to help Mike get the word out. I know we've been talking about it in various dev streams and other Twitch streams, and he's right now. Mike is busily trying to market it. Rage game, yeah. Okay. Yes. All right. I'm back to this no entries are committed problem again. Okay, so it should have been called. What went wrong? Did I remove my breakpoint? No, I still have the breakpoint here. Oh, that's the wrong breakpoint. So right, I kind of expect this to be called at some point when I call this test, right? Ooh, what happened here? Oh, the test failed. It never called it. Okay, why didn't it call it? We subscribed, didn't we? Subscribed. I guess we'll look and see what happens in commit. And then repeat the test. There we go. Okay. Oh, wrong delegate. There we go. I make this mistake a lot. I copy pasta and then it's not until I get into the debugger I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. There we go, now it's passing. So let me run all the journal tests. All the journal's good. How about the executor? Not good. Okay. Yes, I actually am really hoping to learn a lot from you guys, especially the ones who are also making games, because you'll beat me to it. My game's, you know, probably at least 6 months to where I have anything, let alone something fun. But you guys are probably going to release sooner, and I'm looking forward to watching how what you do and how successful you are, because I hope to learn from you. Provisional configure. Okay, so what happened there? 226. I broke that somehow. It's not creating this. This is an old test. Maybe I don't care about it anymore. Okay. Configuration update. Okay. It's when this new one comes in. Oh, because this is the wrong type. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we have to make this a real entry. That means I can't use these fake ones anymore. Maybe I just remove these tests for now, since these are irrelevant now. Yeah, let's just remove these tests. These don't matter anymore. Gone. And now they're out of my way. Now, what's this about returning address of local variable? That's bad. Release 15.8 preview 3 as C++ just my code. So yeah, if I use the Visual Studio debugger. But is it in VS Code? That's the problem. It would probably be in this configuration somewhere, right? Sadly, the configuration for the debugger in VS Code is not that elaborate. I don't mind doing the jump out, jump back in trick for now. I do want to try that out though, because I'm on the, I don't know what version I'm on, but I think I'm on enough of that I could try that out. I will look into that later, because that's useful. If they have that already, I'll try it out. Thank you. Okay. What am I returning this local on line 83? Oh, yeah. Let's not do that. That's stupid. That would be bad. Don't do that. Don't return a temporary when you're returning a reference. You got to pay attention to your warnings, people. All right, let's try it again. Okay, still failing. It did not create the new configuration. Oh, because I haven't implemented it yet, have I? Let's implement it. So it's on commit. It's doing this old stuff, which I can remove now, right? So it's basically this gets moved and changed a little bit, right? So here, this is old. Let me comment this out for now. Move this, move and change this once we get to the finish reconfiguration command. Once we get to, whoa, handling that command and that, okay, that clashes with that other comment style, so I'm going to do this. Just an ordinary multi-line C comment. There we go. So it's going to be start reconfiguration, and then this is going to be raft log entry. That should have been that all along. I wonder why it let me... Oh, I know why. Because they're convertible. That should have been that all along. And this is old. We'll remove it. And that's dot command get type. I suppose we should ignore entries that don't have any command. I should have a test for that. So, ignore committed commands with committed entries with no command. Yes, the old behavior was annoying where you jump in and it goes through the STL and you're like, okay, I gotta jump out, then jump back in. Yeah. So if we can skip that, that'd be nice. You have a type and start reconfiguration? Yeah, I haven't fixed that yet. This has got to be, I gotta fix that. This has got to be a entry and then this has to be something else. Hold on. One thing at a time. I just wanted to not forget to do this. So assert true is false. We'll do that later. So if it's that, we're going to recover the command. The command start reconfiguration. Okay, here it was, right? So const auto command equals standard static. This is my version of RTTI, by the way. Is realm server commands this entry.command is that we look at the what it returns for get type, and then we know it's safe to do that. So then the command is in the command configuration. So it's command arrow configuration dot to encoding. Actually, it's already it's in JSON, and we turn it into a string, and we write it out to the file. There we go. So let me fix this that you guys pointed out is wrong. This we can keep generic, but this actually really has to be a log, a wrapped. This just is two pieces, right? So start reconfiguration is make. Hold on, what does this take? Right, it has to take. It needs an entry. Entry needs to hold a command. So make shared, and then I need this same header file in both places. So realm server commands start reconfiguration. Oh, there's a shortcut, right? I can put in the configuration. Well, no, it's better. It's better to go directly and do this. How does this differ from static cast? It's like static cast, but for shared pointers. And it's sort of, it's like dynamic cast as well. Only instead of letting the runtime type information subsystem do it, I'm doing it through, I'm just doing it like more manually. Where did I do that? I lost my place. Was it here? Yeah. So this kind of thing where you do a conditional logic on something that's kind of built into the object. RTTI will do that if you do dynamic cast. So these two lines could be replaced by dynamic cast. It's just that if the else, there's an else, right? The other path would be command. You still have a command, but it would be a null pointer. But I don't really like doing RTTI with dynamic cast. I don't know why. I don't have a good reason. I should reconsider at some point. But right now, I'm doing static casts with my own RTTI, basically. Right. So this goes away, and then we publish. Oh no, we need to package it in a command in a log entry, right? So journal entry, just journal entry. Why is it event? We need to fill in some things, right? Well, this doesn't care about the term, does it? No, it doesn't. It just needs the command to be filled in. And then we can, we don't need it after this point, so we can move it in. And same thing here, right? We don't need that. Oh, no, we do. So we can't move it. Okay. That will work, right? Yeah, I think you're right, Tim. I just need to get over my hang up about dynamic cast and just, use it. Yeah. So my way has a different cost, right? It's a big string, which might actually be more costly. It also doubles as that type goes into the serialization, so I don't know. Exception is thrown. Wonderful. Write new config. Okay. Let's see this. Exception. That's weird. It's not showing me that. Oh, but it's this problem, right? Actually, where is it? It's publishing it. Is this entry bad, maybe? No, there's a command in there. It's 1. Okay, so what's the deal? Object. There's the command. Oh, the command's not right. Shoot, I didn't do that right. I'm being dumb again. You have to load a bunch of deltas as doubles because your engine uses doubles to represent position. Right, I use doubles for the same reason. Float just doesn't have enough precision to do a lot of things. Ooh, solar system units. Ooh, double might not even be enough. You might have to use a custom type at some point. You know what happens when you try to use floating point numbers and you end up going into ranges that you didn't expect? Have you ever heard of the Minecraft glitch where originally, what was it? They were using single precision floats for positions, so if you went far enough out with your character from the middle of the map, you would eventually start to see really weird glitches, and they were caused by floating point inaccuracy. It's when the magnitude gets so large that it overwhelms the small numbers. So like if you have 10 million.1, it's a lot. You need a lot more bits than just 10 million, because it's the distance between the first and last 1 bits in the number. That's how many bits of precision you need. Right. You have to be careful that you handle both the biggest and smallest increments together. Yeah, so the test was wrong, right? This is not a correct command. Oh, I think it's the way I did this. It is a wrapped command. Oh, probably what this does, it doesn't serialize it, right? No, it does. No, right, when it pushes it back. No, that's correct. What's going on here? Is it here? Hold on, I've lost what I was doing. Let me try that again. I ran the wrong test. It was executor. Where are you, executor? There it is, this one. Oh, this type is bad. Okay. I guess I didn't know you could do this. You can assign that to this type, even though the oh, wait a minute. How did that, didn't I fix that? Did I fix this in one place and not the other? This should be wrapped log entry. So should this one. I swear I changed that. Still bad. Oh, that's bad again here. That has to be that. I have a feeling I'm going to run into more of these. Okay, well, we got past that one. And what is this? Oh, I didn't implement that yet. Okay, let's implement that one. So that is a similar test to this, only we don't actually put a command in there. And it's just not crash is what we expect. So there's no assert. Publish it, right, so there's no command, no configuration. We just publish and commit an empty command and just expect it not to crash. You know, you can use auto for lambda args. Auto for lambda args. No. You can? So I can say, you're saying I can, where is that in this setup, right? Where was it? Hold on, let me think about this. Is it the executor that does it? You're saying I could do auto here? And it'll get away, I can get away with that? Or is that a C++ 17 thing? Oh, look at that. I didn't know it could do that. Okay, have a good evening, Trumpsis. Sleep well. Huh. Okay, the IntelliSense is confused. I think I'm not gonna use auto here because IntelliSense doesn't help me to know what the type is. Like it does in other places. Right here. So he knows it's a JSON value. Here I think I'm a bit uncomfortable using auto because it doesn't tell me what the type is. So, okay, good point. Who was that from? That was from I already lost it. Oh, bug found. So good point, bug found. In fact, I'll add that. I'll add that to my notebook, but I'm going to choose not to use it because IntelliSense is not smart enough to figure it out. I didn't know that though. Good to know. I use auto when you can figure it out. So, right, like read JSON from file, it's like, okay, it's a JSON value. And then IntelliSense will help me confirm that, yes, it's a JSON value. But I do recognize it's a matter of personal preference. Like if I was working in a team and I knew my team members really were uncomfortable with auto, I probably would use it less, if at all. So I think because people read code differently. When I read this, I'm not so concerned about the type. It's sort of, when I read this, I'm like, okay, it's a JSON. And where's another auto? Right here, it's a JSON object. And here, I'm looking more to the right, to the R value for the type than the left, which is what the compiler is doing. So that's just me. Let's run this. Oh, did I build it? Okay, I did. Let's run it. Okay, so yeah, it's crashing. So to fix the, let's confirm the crash is what I think it is. That's this one, right? It's probably crashing because of a null pointer. Yeah. So the fix is we want to check because command is allowed to be null. If it is, we're just going to ignore it. And we don't need to do it in both places, don't we? Well, that doesn't have any logic at all. There we go. All right, so let's maybe run all of our tests. That took a while, and I had to change the journal, so maybe I should check the journal changes in first. All right, journal changes. That was just, let me check this in separately. That is correcting the name. And that was a bug. Well, no, this is part of the API change. That the callbacks now get log entries, not JSON values. Yes, okay. So first things first, this one that was staged is just a typo in the name. So commit that guy. Kernel test, fix test name. Fix test name. All right, so back to the next change here. This is the API change. Yeah, let's check that in separately. So there's one instance of it. Why is that internal static void? I don't know what internal static void is. I guess I'm missing a little bit of the discussion. I'm a little bit behind in C++. Oh, how many years of C++ do I have? Frost Ice Cold? I have a little code journey thing. I'm self-taught, so I went many, many years just doing C++ 98, and only recently am I moving to modern C++, like in the last 3 or 4 years. So I'm still kind of not completely done learning C++ 11 stuff, and I don't really want to move on to 17 or 20 until I'm comfortable with 11. So I'm on C++ 11 for about 3 or 4 years. Before that, it was a ton of time where I really wasn't learning. I was just working for pay, and I was doing C++ 98. So there's a lot of bad habits I still have to unlearn because of that. You think I know a lot? Well, I know a lot of wrong things. There's a lot of habits you pick up that you can keep, but there are a lot of habits you pick up that you need to try to train yourself out of that you discover when you watch other coders or you're... I was in a job for a long time where I wasn't learning. People around me didn't really know C++, or if they claimed they did, it was really just C with classes, and so I didn't really pick up anything new for a long, long time. And the stuff I thought I was learning, a lot of it was bad. This is new. This is not applicable. That's new. Okay, what? Was it just the interface changed? I think so. And that's a different API change. Let's just check this to change in alone. This is kind of mingled into... Maybe these are too mingled together. I should just stage everything. Yeah, I'm going to stage everything. We'll just do it live. See if I can gather the points here. So journal now implements commit in terms of callbacks. The callbacks handle log entries. And executor has its old logic stripped out. Old logic stripped out, except for this, I'm keeping it around because I want to reuse it. Okay, so I think I know what I'm going to write here. So, realm server. Journal and executor work. Work in progress. So, journal. Handle commit by issuing callbacks. Oh, what else changed? Right. Callbacks provide the log entries, not JSON. And then executor. Remove old reconfiguration logic. Add handling of committed. Start reconfiguration commands. And I just realized there's something else I have to do because we don't want to apply it if it's old. Oh, see you later, Tim. Have fun. And everyone, again, please follow and watch Tim when he streams because he's working on his own game engine in C++ with the game. So it's really awesome. Yeah, git commit am something changed. No. What face, right? All right. So the problem is this executor is going to do this writing of the new configuration file, even if it's processing old start reconfiguration tests. What we really want to do is only do this if the index in the configuration is actually new and not like the one in the current configuration. So that means we have to monitor the current configuration, right? And then, oh, hold on. Maybe I need to think about this and do it later. It doesn't know the current configuration, so it doesn't know if it's old. Yeah, I need to think about this later. Actually, it is supposed to have access to the current state, right? It's supposed to have access to the current state, which includes the configuration file. So I really should have it read it on start, get the index number, and then not do this if the new configuration is actually old. Maybe I'll make a placeholder for that and do it later. I want to get the stuff on my plan done today. So let me just make a phrase to describe this. Do not write new configuration file if start reconfiguration is old. Because the executor could be restarted at any point and it's going to replay commands, and it's not supposed to reapply a command if it's already been applied. Commands are idempotent, in other words. If you process it twice, it should not do the thing twice. It should only do it the first time. So, to do. Executor needs to load current configuration. Let's just say executor needs to in this part here. Load current configuration. On start reconfiguration applied, compare current configuration log index with the index of the Sorry, reconfiguration command. Only apply. This is committed. Only will execute. Only execute this if its index is greater. That's what I'm gonna do. You often do those kinds of commits? It's okay as long as when you look back at your commit log 6 months from now and you're like, yeah, I remember the thing, then it's fine. But if you're like, what's the thing? What's this thing that I was talking about? Then you kind of learn from your own mistake that, yeah, you should probably put something in the commit message to remind you 6 months from now what it was. If you never look at your Git log, then I guess it doesn't matter. All right, I'm going to check that in as a reminder to do that. I need to do that. Stage commit executor test, add placeholder. Test. Add a placeholder for a use case we need to handle, but not today. And let me make sure I didn't change Raft, did I? I did change Raft. Oops. I've been forgetting to... What did I change in Raft? Oh, I refactored the command structure. Split it out from log entry. Yeah, let's... And the CMake list says so. Okay, cool. I just forgot to commit that, so... refactoring. The move command to its own module, separate from log entry. All right, and then that was one thing, and the other one was like a fixed documentation typo that was in there, I'm pretty sure. All right, push that one. Keyboard challenge today. I'm gonna take a short break, 1 to 2 minutes, and then I'll come back and let's see, what's next? We'll do this part next, I guess. Coordinator tells Raft to change its configuration once the command's committed. So I'll be right back. 1 to 2 minutes. I'm back. Is that actual code in his game? I think it's how I know why you would have to implement that. I think I lost the thread of that discussion. I'm sorry. Oh, internal static void is the name of... oh. I'm like, I saw internal static void, you were mentioned by Tim before, and I thought it was actually a piece of code. Great name. You fooled me into thinking you were a piece of code. To use logarithmic depth buffer as well. You lost me. Are you I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sorry. You're all focused, and then Gromad sang, "I'm back" with a mildly girly voice. I have Mike. You should know by now. I have a very strange sense of humor. Most people look at me funny when I try to make a joke. I've gotten used to it. On my be right back screen. Oh, what was that stuff? It was a little bit of code that I really had fun understanding, which was how to compute the view transform when you have the camera pointing in a certain direction, and you have to define the direction the camera's pointing and the direction you consider to be up, and then that gives you the view transform when you're doing a 3D graphics, like a perspective projection kind of thing. You have a model view, no, world view and model transforms that you chain together, and it's a lot of linear algebra, and it gave me a chance to relearn my linear algebra, which I totally forgot. Once I relearned enough, I'm like, that's really cool. Form a matrix, do matrix multiply, and you're done. So it's all 3D graphics stuff in my BRB screen. Is this MMO going to have high-res graphics? It's going to be a pixelated game because I am not an artist, and right now it's just me. So it's going to start off really, really simple pixel art. If people like the idea and it has some momentum, I might hire an artist and we might do some better graphics, but we'll see. I'm mostly concerned with showing and doing a multiplayer game where the back end. I'm mostly focusing on the back end right now. Well, yeah, it's just going to be MO. I think that was in the. It's an MMORPG, not MMORPG, because I'm not prepared to handle it in massive players yet. But even that'd actually be a good problem to have, right? If a lot of people wanted to play it. And I don't know how to. The massively is that's where people, I think, could get really not stuck, but confounded, or whatever the word is. They might have trouble implementing it massively, because that's a whole bigger problem, is getting your system to scale to incredibly large numbers. It's a good problem to have, but I'm not trying to solve that. I just want to get a basic multiplayer game running, because this is my first game. Okay. It's coordinator we're moving back to, right? So we tell RAF to change its config once. That's committed. Okay, cool. I think that was the subject of one of my previous attempt. So it's one of these old ones. Was this maybe this go ahead? No, it's not the go ahead. Maybe it was this, and I need to change this. Oh yeah, this is old. Why is this not in the this belongs in that section. Hold on, wait a minute. Whoa. What? Oh no, this is from the admin. Right. Wait a minute. Did I decide to do... Okay, so this is a change to this, so... Right, we're going to split this off. When do we... It's when it's committed. Okay, so maybe it's we already had this test, but I have to wait until it's committed? Let me see about this. Yeah, I think... Well, hold on, well, let me think about this. Yeah, it is this test, but I redesigned it last night. So before last night, I didn't consider that we need to wait for the cluster commits it before we do it. So this is doing it right away. So let's change this. Announce. Let's just reword this. So announce configuration change to orchestrators and to ref once start reconfiguration is committed. That's an incredibly long name. So here we go. We mobilize, we connect an admin, the orchestrator. I wonder if I should break this up into orchestrator and admin separate. And then there's Raft. I don't remember. I don't know. Keep it together for now. Okay, so here's our new config. We're adding another server. Here's the admin's command. So not only does it have to send it, we're leveraging the other test where the sending it would cause it to be appended to the log. Now we have to pretend that it got committed. So for that, it would be, can we just tell it that it got committed from Raft? Yeah, we can. We can just say mock Raft. Wasn't leadership change delegate, it was something else. Here it is. Oh wait a minute, no. This wasn't it. Right, it's the coordinator needs to know when it's committed, so the coordinator needs to hook into the journal. That's right. Yes, we need a journal. Can I briefly summarize the concept of the game? Yeah, there's a link to it. The concept of the game, so that'll bring it to my notebook here. It's going to be a multiplayer game. I liked Ultima 5 when I was a kid, so I'm trying to make a game that has that kind of look and feel, but multiplayer with a lot of different ideas. So, yeah, it's not really fleshed out completely yet, but setting up the multiplayer servers is my focus right now. You like your long function names for the test, and I think it's okay. Good. I have other viewers who really hate it. Can't please everyone. Okay, so once command is committed, that implies we're going to receive a callback, and it's the config coordinator doing it. So the coordinator's got to register for callbacks. Yeah, we knew that. Shouldn't that go first? Yeah, this should go. Let's put this up first. It really belongs up here because that's the prerequisite. Leader applying that command upon admin request is the prerequisite for this happening. Oh no, that's different. It's a leadership change. Hold on. Did this stuff get reordered? It did. This really belongs way up here. Here. Admin request comes in, we apply the command. Then once it's committed, we do the next step. Okay, so yeah. It's going to apply it to the journal, and that's what we tested back up here, right? Yeah, mock raft log. So we need to have the mock raft log. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that ligature. That's minus less than. Oh, this doesn't have that capability that the executor had. So I need that capability in here of having these subscriptions. So let's copy that over. Mock raft log. So entries now also has that. I think we need this next as well. Okay, and we'll have, really it's the commit we care about, so we'll bring in that helper. Why is there a constructor? We didn't need one here. I don't know. Let's remove it. Don't need it. Okay. Subscribe to events needs a body now. Oh, wait a minute. That's an iJournal, and that's our iLog, so we're going to change this to iJournal. Take journal. mock journal. All right. So yes, it has these additional methods: start, which we don't care about, and then the rest of them. Okay. Get size is the same. Is that pretty much the same? Oh, this is a little bit better of a check. Roll back. Okay, let's implement. Let's just copy over this implementation actually. There we go. And then, yeah, okay, we're good. Now we need to convince the dev of the Google Test Explorer and VS Code to chop off the common leftmost text. Oh yeah, because it's so damn long. Yeah. Well, I could scroll like that. Whoa. Could do that. What would be really nice if you could do it is to allow me to collapse these together. The text in the same fixture, it'd be nice to have that collapsible like that. Should have a search bar too. Yeah, that would be nice. Lots of things. It's an open source thing, right? So we could all do it if we wanted. Journal is not a member of Raft. No, it's not. Where did I say that? Probably up here. Yeah, that's a Realm server. Oh. Okay. What now? It really doesn't like that. Is it not iJournal? Thought it was. iJournal is not a member of Realm server. Really? What? Thought it was. What's going on here? Do I not have this? Oh, I don't have it included. That would explain it. All right, fewer errors is good. Forbidden method is called? Ah, yes. Do I even need that? When did I use it? In the other place I copied it from. Oh. What's forbidden? Yeah, I guess we should do the same thing. That's a code smell that really shouldn't have that method there. It really isn't. It should go in the concrete API, I think. But for now, we'll just make sure it doesn't call it. Yeah. It's just an extra property I need. Okay. Oh, right. We changed the type. Eh? Is that because it needs... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Maybe that's why. Type confusion, I think. Either that or I need a constructor. Illegal use of this type as an expression. Oh, shoot. Everywhere I used it, it's going to be replaced, right? Yeah. We'll just search replace them all. And then the few where it should be capitalized, I'll fix those. Yeah, okay, we should be good now, right? Oh, come on, compiler. Switch? You don't know what a switch is? Oh, because I didn't finish my statement here. Yes. Publish new commit event. I guess we should check that it did not announce the configuration change until that happens, right? So this is sort of set up for it. And then we should make sure it hasn't happened yet. So expect false. Well, I don't want to have it wait and timeout, so it does the two things, right? Announce it to orchestrators and Raft. So I can just check with Raft. So mock Raft. Do I have a flag for mock Raft when it's set? Probably don't. It is, where is it? This one. Oh, so the mock just changes it immediately. So we'll just make sure it equals the old one. Config is this one. So that should equal mock Raft cluster configuration. And then when we publish it, it should change to new configuration. And the orchestrator will have been told. Did I have this? I was doing it this way. Yeah. So this will be the current one. The current one is what? Without 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in it. Actually, did it have just 3? Yeah. What's that squiggly for? I don't know. Okay, so should not have changed yet. We publish a commit. This is wrong. This really should go up here. The Raft will have been given the new server, and we will have received the new one from at the orchestrator. There we go. Good, 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 good. This is what we want to see. Let's run the tests. This one is, well, can I just run it inside this thing? Coordinator tests. Announce configuration. This one. Run it. It fails. Right, so it doesn't call it yet. No, it called it too early, right? 2308? No, 3208. So it called ref too early. That's because that's what the old implementation did. Let's go fix it. So the coordinator, when it receives the request, so it's on, what is it called? No. I don't remember. It's change configuration, whatever it is. On change configuration, is that it? Right, this moving here. We have to actually move it now. So we're going to move it. So how do we know when it's committed? We have to register to receive it. And that's something that's in iJournal, right? So, yeah. So coordinator needs to receive it as an iJournal, not just an iReft log. So we need to change that. Not that one. Sorry, taking me. Okay, so here instead of Raft iLog, it's going to be iJournal. It needs the proper journal interface. This is the object handles the persistence for the, yeah, it's the same thing. It's just a subclass. So it doesn't work with any kind of ref log. It just works with our game's journal. All right, now that means the implementation has to take the journal. Which means we don't need to change this part because that just takes this super class. But we do need to store it for ourselves, right? Or do I just need to register? I guess we do need to keep our own reference, right? Which means I have to update this diagram. The coordinator needs to have access to the log again, like I had before. So I'll probably move this box back down to here and have coordinator go to it directly. Didn't think I needed to do that, but turns out I do. No, not a problem. So we'll keep a reference to it. Yeah, which means we need to release it. It probably needs to be shared, right? So here, no. Actually, is this safe to do without getting the lock? I guess so because we joined the worker thread there, but actually, why do I have this lock guard? Why am I even doing that? Oh, because it's in shared state, so this isn't really safe to do anyway. Yeah, why am I doing that there? That really belongs down here. Oh no, we want to demobilize it first. It might be doing stuff. Actually, is that... Oh no, that needed to be up there because otherwise it could deadlock. Yeah. This is a blocking call that might wait on callbacks to finish. Actually, no, it shouldn't. What am I thinking? What does raft demobilize actually do? Just curious. Oh, it's Irish John again. Hey there, Irish John. How'd your raid go? Irish John is yet another streamer on Twitch who is making a game. So follow Irish John and check out his stream when he's going. He's working on a game in Unity, pirate ship battles, PvP. Awesome stuff. Went good, you reckon? That's good. Awesome. I'm looking at this thinking this is a code spell. Why did I grab this lock in the middle here? I'm gonna put a to-do here. Code smell. Why are we locking in the middle of demobilize? I think I know why. Probably because shared might still be referenced by callbacks and by callbacks. We need to be careful to tear things down in a thread-safe manner. I think that's why, but it's a code smell. I'll probably need to refactor that out. So anyway, the whole thing I was adding here is I'm connecting the journal to the coordinator. So to unconnect it, I suppose we just at the end, right? Journal is null pointer. Now it's disconnected. And let's store a copy of it here. Oh, thank you, Irish John. I think it's a little dirty, but I'm my own worst critic. It gets pretty long. Well, actually, this isn't too bad. When it gets past 800 lines, I start to worry. That's okay, too. What's the engine CPP? This is getting close to being a little bit too long. Okay, so the journal is stored. Now we need to use it. So, probably we want to register right away, right? This should build. No, it doesn't build. What did I do wrong? Ah! Undeclared identifier. Okay, that's because we forgot to include something. All these includes. I guess it's to be expected. The coordinator is sort of a busy component here. It's talking to like now 5 different things. I have to be careful that this doesn't become what's called the God class. And a lot of designs, especially like if you're new at software architecture, making a component-based system, you'll end up with a class in the middle that talks to everything. And my coworkers used to call that a God class. It's a kind of a weakness in the design in that you have a class which is like a single point of failure that causes the entire system to have to change or break if you do anything to it. So you kind of want to minimize those God classes. I tried to do that by breaking out the journal, coordinator, and reconciler to be 3 separate things. And so the core of the server is really split, actually the executor too, it's kind of split 4 ways, but the coordinator ends up being the biggest piece still. Makes me wonder if I should split that even more. It's becoming like a God class with all these. This is one code smell that you might have a God class, that you have too many dependencies, you have too many includes. Another one would be that the file is getting too long. So I just have to be really careful. Okay, so journal is now a dependency of the coordinator. It's still going to fail that test, right? I just want to run all the tests. Yeah, it's just that one that we're working on. That's good. Nothing else is broken. This is sort of behind, right? It hasn't had a chance to run all these guys. What if I tell it to run all of them there? Yeah, green lights except for in the one we're working on. Right, so it's basically adding the 4th server to the cluster too soon. Right, yeah, the whole idea was it was in this to-do. This one. We have to move this. We have to do this later. Right, in order to do that, we have to have a callback. Should I just make the callback now? Let's do it from the... Hold on, let me think about this. Can do it here, I guess. Yeah, because this sets up callbacks for WebGate. Let's do the same thing. So it'll be journal, subscribe to events. And, okay, it doesn't have a unsubscribe. Actually, we do want an unsubscribe. So we need to save that. Shared journal unsubscribe delegate. Pretty good code. Yeah, there we go. Maybe not super nice, but pretty good. And hey there, Setu. How are you doing? Subscribe to events. Subscription. So it wants us to build a subscription, then pass it in. Let's call it journal subscription. Let's make one. So that is iJournal subscription. We're going to fill in, we care about commit, don't we? And here's where we're going to fill it in right here. So this. And this is okay because we're going to call the unsubscribe before we release it, so it's safe. And what do I get out of this commit? I get an index and an array, an entry. And then we get to decide what we want to do with that. I need to store this away though. Put it nearby here. Do you ever consider throwing a Redis server into the mix? Oh, I haven't thought about it yet. Probably down the line I will. Something pretty interesting in that diagram. What did you see? This will be a... What is it? Realm server, iJournal, unsubscribe delegate. Journal unsubscribe delegate. Say, this is the function to call in order to remove our subscription to journal events. All right, and then we're going to call that at the end down here and demobilize before. I suppose we want to do it pretty early, right? Actually, it doesn't really matter because we're holding the lock. This, I need to really figure out what I'm doing. This, like, if stuff happens right as we're demobilizing, we could be in a state where, like, we don't have Raft anymore. We don't have any orchestrators anymore. It get a little tricky. I think for now we'll just, here's the latest possible point. We just call it. All right. So we're subscribing. And what do? Let's do what we did here for the, not exactly that. What do we want to do? We're just calling shared. On journal commit. And we'll forward those two things. Right? So we'll just make a function called on journal commit in the coordinator engine. Is this where I want it to be? I suppose so. So all the other events that happen. Yeah, put it here. Void on journal commit has this signature. How did you get so insanely good at CBP? I don't know if I'm insanely good, but I've been using it for a really long time. I started up programming a really long time ago on the Apple II. It was basic, and I'm mostly self-taught. So, like, I think when I was in high school, I taught myself C++. So, self-taught is sort of tricky because you could teach yourself wrong, which I think I did. I did C++ 98 for like a long time. I didn't really move to modern C++ until like 2 or 3 years ago. So I have got a lot of bad habits. Even now, like if you go back to my first streams back in June, I was horrible with mutexes and callbacks, and I learned through failing on stream that, oh, you have to be careful about thread safety. And so I don't think I'm insanely good. I think I'm always learning. I've just been doing it a long time, though. Yeah, I was working at that large company for a long time, and mostly everyone was not a programmer at all. They were all algorithm guys or managers, and so I could get away with writing horrible code as long as the people on my team could tolerate it, which a lot of them couldn't. So yeah, we're always learning. Okay, this method is not provided. This method is provided to the journal as a delegate to be called whenever an entry is committed. Yeah, okay, so can I copy that from journal? I think I can. I'm going to copy it. Oh, and I didn't even fill that in. Shoot. That was committed. Now that I have it fixed, I can copy it, right? There we go. Yeah, I get embarrassed when I look at my old code, even code like I wrote back in June. Like the system abstraction stuff, it's horrible. Like you want to see something bad, just look for to do in my code. Look at all these things. I hate that I did this. I was just lazy. I'm like, I'll do the documentation later. So now I have all these to do needs documentation like everywhere. And I'm so embarrassed about it. That's why you see me on stream, like I'll stop and I'll write the comments like right away. Because if I don't, I'll never get back to it and I'll never do it. It'll be bad. Badness will ensue. All right, so I'm going to implement this. You know, the other thing that helps out with coding that makes it look kind of magical is you get to get familiar with all the shortcuts and key bindings and stuff in the editor you use. And so you end up going a lot faster the more you get used to things. Why is it? Okay, that was weird. Okay, we're going to get the mutex here. Thread safety, right? And we're going to decide, here's where we're going to move that code that I had in the other place. This code, we're going to move it right now. So on journal commit, at least I comment my code. Yeah, one thing, this came up before. I try not to put comments in the code because I want the code to be understandable just by reading it. And if it's not, that's a signal to me to refactor. I will comment the declarations though, because I might want to run Doxygen, for example, to make a PDF that has like a reference guide to all my classes and methods, and then that's why I use this Java doc format, so that Doxygen can pick up these and put them in the right formatting. So that's where the bulk of my comments these days are. They're intended for the machine to parse to make a nice HTML or PDF or something. All right, so where did I move that to? Down here? All right, so it's only if that is the entry. So, and it's got the same problem too, right? It has to be a new one. Here, though, we can check that. Probably should have a test as well. Similar to the one in Executor. We don't want to repeat a command we have already handled. Let me pick a placeholder for now. Coordinator needs to, so once it's committed, compare the current one, only execute if, only pay attention to if its index is greater. Yeah, so if we have to replay the journal, we don't want to repeat the process we already started. Okay. Whoa, why did it do that? Oh, did I click the side? Ah, yeah, that's something GitLens does, I think. It shows you like what change you made. Huh. I hardly ever use that, so when I misclicked it, I'm like, what the heck is that? You would say you're self-taught if it wasn't for the logical difficulty of getting something different from yourself than what you already have? Well, you self-teach by reading other people's code and watching videos and stuff. So it's not like you lifted yourself up by your own bootstraps. It's more like you climbed up onto the shoulders of teachers you found by yourself online or through books, right? Interesting. Anyway, what was I saying? This is done. We just need to put the code in. Yes. So if entry dot command, so just put this other one in here that Executor had. Ignore commit entries and no command. Just put that one in there. We want the coordinator also to ignore it. Where does it go? I guess right here. So just set it up the same way. So configure I need to pull that machinery in too to actually get it in the entries. Fair enough. Mobilize, publish it. Shouldn't do anything bad. Okay, so let's just shortcut it and put the null check in here right away. If it's null, we just return. That should satisfy the test I just did. And now for this one, it's if entry command, we do the runtime type stuff. If it's equal to start reconfiguration, then we will recover the command to get the new configuration out. So, unless we already have it. Do we have it already? I don't think we want to actually store it. That's the problem. That if we crash and get restarted and we're replaying the log, we might need to get it back from the log. So I really don't want to store this. This I don't want to store in the first place. So wherever that was needs to be fixed. Okay, this I was going to remove anyway. This is the old code. It's going to break the old stuff, isn't it? Let me, I'll leave it in for now. I gotta be careful I don't use it. Right, so for example, this. Okay, this is the old code. This we need to pass it in, don't we? No, this one's fine. Yeah, okay, this is fine, but here... No, that's good too. Yeah, here we need to get it out of the command, so it's const auto command equals standard static pointer cast realm server. No, we're already in realm server commands. No, we're not in realm server. Realm server commands. There we go. And we get it from the entry command. I draw diagrams when I want to explain things to other people mostly. So like explaining like where the coordinator fits in, that's where I think the diagrams are the most useful. If I don't need a diagram to explain it to myself, then I won't bother drawing one. Although this might help explain it to myself 6 months from now. That's one thing they in school they or in some kind of jobs they kind of train you to do is do a lot of diagrams and design diagrams, and sometimes it's a little overkill, especially when like you make a design document and then you end up like doing something else and no one ever goes back and fixes the design document. It's actually bad. All right, restore reconfiguration. We get the command out, so it's command new configuration, right? And that replaces new configuration here as well. And we tell Raft about it. Exactly. There we go. Do I know any Linux software to draw diagrams? I'm not sure what the context is. Linux software to do what? To do diagrams? No. Oh, well, hold on. Dot and GraphViz run on Linux. But these days I just do draw.io. So Sedhu, what do you mean by Linux software to do what? Do you mean to draw diagrams or something else? That built, right? I wasn't even paying attention. No, it didn't build. To draw diagrams, yeah, I would go with dot GraphViz. So have you seen this? It's pretty cool. Sigh. Someone doesn't like it. Where was the example? I know it's not everyone's favorite thing, but for simple diagrams, it's ludicrously simple to do it. You want to draw this? Here's all you have to write, and then you just shunt it through a GraphViz. Dot is the language for describing graphs, and GraphViz is the tool that will draw it for you based off of the description in Dot. But these days I just use draw.io. This is pretty cool. You just say open existing diagram, and here I can pop it back in, and I'm already up here. I can move my journal around. I just have to change the points here. Okay, I don't remember how to do that, but you get the idea. It's not that hard to use. It's pretty cool. I use that these days. So it's on the web, so that means it works on Linux, right? Yeah, it's hard for me to stay on top of chat. I kind of skim over. I'm trying to train myself to skim over and only pay as little attention as I can. See if it's something I can address or just let other people get to it. All right. Void should be preceded by. I've never seen that before. Void should be preceded by semicolon. Says who? Oh, look at that. R got in there somehow. Interesting. Okay, that was the problem. Oh, wait a minute. I was gonna use this nice thing, right? Rerun that test. Oh, look, it passed now. Let's run all our tests. Uh-oh. Something broke. Wait a minute. Did I not put that in there? Hold on. I thought I put that in there. What's going on? Let's run it and see. Oh, is the entry number bad? No, that's correct. Empty command, right? Oh, the callback is null, probably, right? Yeah, there's no check to make sure. So it's this test framework is broken. That's in both places. I need to make sure this is. It should only call that if it's not null. And this one as well. And let me do the same thing in the where I got this code from, which was the executor test. Had the same machinery here. There. You hate web-based programs. I'm sorry. You won't like my game then, because my game is a web-based program. How about you should have said, I hate web-based programs except Raimu's game, of course. Can you run tests in parallel as well? Some of my tests might be sensitive to that though, because like the executor tests will hit the same file. So I don't really want to run those in parallel. This would be bad because the setup, where is it? The setup is destroying files, and so is the teardown, and so every test would end up hitting the same files. So that'd be a problem. When the program is online, you don't have much control over it. Yeah, that's reason why you have game servers. One of the reasons, right, is to prevent cheating, because you don't want the players to have ultimate control. Yeah, that's true. So far I've not not had any bad experience with Draw.io. Before Draw.io, the two programs I would use would be Visio, and there was Visual Paradigm, which is like a Java program to do the diagramming. And I would guess Visio you'd be stuck with the web-based since it's a Microsoft, but Visual Paradigm might work since it's Java, and you can run Java on Linux, so run it here. Sure. Whoops. Actually, that's as good. We'll run everything. Run all the tests. Okay, so we're good. Let me check this in. I didn't change Raft, did I? Nope. Change this, though. Okay, let's check this in separately, because this is beefing up tests a bit. Why did I have to do that? That I understand. That I understand, but why this? Specifically here. I think I must have copied it from one place to the other. I will keep it. There's no harm in it. So this is fixing the framework for executor tests. So we'll stage this separately. Executor tests. Fix issues with mock journal. Well, hold on. What exactly was this mocking? Mock journal. Let it speak for itself. Google Test does not have a really nice way of tagging some tests as not parallel friendly. Yeah. If you could, that'd be good. That'd be great. What you'd probably want to do is tag the whole fixture somehow. Right, so you'd kind of want to go to this fixture and attach something to say, hey, don't run this in parallel. Since Google Test is being run by Test Explorer, you'd have to have some kind of signal, maybe a naming convention. You could do it, where it would tell the Test Explorer, if it's got this in the name, then it's not parallel safe. But yeah, okay, so a lot of games online were amazing when you were younger. It's that nostalgia effect, or you either remember it in a more favorable light, or you were just more easily impressed when you were younger. Or technology, their expectations were a lot lower. There you go. Okay, this is an indication of a design change. The coordinator depends on the journal now. Specifically, yeah, it's this test case. Like, scroll down to the bottom, I'll see it. Ooh, it's gonna be hard to see it. Right, because I moved stuff around. I shouldn't really do that. That whole test go away? It did. Oh, get renamed. Okay. Okay, this is a separate fix. I should stage separately that. That's a missing documentation problem. Realm server iJournal. Fix documentation. Add missing documentation. Okay, so that's the essential thing. It got moved from there to there. Okay, good. So, coordinator. Change procedure. Change start reconfiguration procedure. Oh no, too big. Reconfig. Okay. Wait until start reconfiguration. Oh, thanks for the follow, Mandy. 1970. Wait until start reconfiguration command is committed before telling orchestrators and Raft about the new configuration. And then this, in order to know when commands are committed, coordinator now depends on the journal and subscribes to its events. Okay. It done the good deed there, checking it in. What is next? There's a game that is terrible by today's standards in so many ways. Yeah. Like, I say that my game is going to be reminiscent of Ultima 5. I bet if I were to go back and play Ultima 5 today, I'd be disappointed. So I'd rather remember it fondly and not disappoint myself from going back and trying to play it again. All right, what's next? Okay, we're done with start reconfiguration. Now let's handle finish. So it's when we hear back from Raft that a new configuration has been applied, then we finish it up. Actually, I think that means I will want to keep the new configuration around, because finish reconfiguration needs that, right? We made that command. Where is it? Close all these irrelevant things. Okay. Finish reconfiguration command. Oh, wait a minute. No, it doesn't have it. You're right. It doesn't have the configuration in there. So how do we... No, we just apply it. Okay, we don't need it. I guess that makes sense. We're supposed to use it right away, right? Once it's committed. I guess it makes sense. Oh, hold on. No, we're not supposed to. We should use it when the executor applies it. So we should... So I should augment this. So... Right. I shouldn't use the word applied either. Update... no, it's... Actually, this is right. It's applied, and then the coordinator has to do something. Coordinator uses new configuration once command is committed. Actually, to be more balanced with the start, it put it in that order. So the first thing is to just apply it. Okay, we can do that. Did it replace start? That was a to do, right? Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay, this one we'll reuse. So it's leader applies, yeah. Oh, wait a minute, no, this is when it's committed. So really it belongs here. Right there, I guess? Oh, it's already to do. Okay. It's in response to it being committed, so we'll pick the body of this out. Paste it here. We're gonna name this leader applies. Finish reconfiguration command once once what? Oh, it's up here. Once... No, that's not it. Sorry. Once raft commits single configuration. It's a callback for that. All right, so setup. We connect. Okay, we don't need the orchestrator in this one, and we don't need the admin. We just need to pretend that raft is committing a new configuration. So yeah, that's all we need for now. Yes. Okay, so I'm trying to remember why I had it run a loop first. Oh, that's to go with that. No, it's not. This doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong here. We don't need this. We don't need any of this stuff. We might need that though. I don't know. Let's leave it out for now. It depends on, like, this line I need if the if work is queued to be done later by the worker thread, then we have to wait for the worker thread to at least run once in one of its loops. Don't think I need it because I think this will be synchronous. So the act will be, we have mock raft issue a callback. So there's like this set commit configuration delegate, and that's where I need to call it back. So kind of like this. We want to save that and then call it. So let's save it. And we'll, where do I save it? Here. And then we're going to want to call it in the test. And we should probably assert that it is not null. In other words, assert that the coordinator actually registered one. Then call it, and we should expect it to apply the new one. So we get rid of this. So here's we don't need that. I need to just copy the test for when something is applied. This one. This thing. Need that. So put that there. What is it? What's wrong with this? Oh, yeah. Well, no, this should work. I don't know why it doesn't like that. That might be a stale thing. Okay, so anyway, we expect a finish configuration. And there's nothing in that command right now. Nothing at all, so I don't really need to static cast or look at anything. I just need to expect it's there. Try that out. There's something wrong there. What did I do? It's not a function? Thought it was. It's a function. Oh, but it needs a new why does it need a new config? Oh, yeah, yeah. Of course it needs a new config. So where did I copy that from? Not there. I think it's here. I think I copied. Yeah, here we go. This set. We just have to pass something in, so cluster configuration. That's in Raft. So Raft cluster configuration. So new cluster configuration. I misspelled that twice. Dot instance IDs equals that. Well, I can do this, right? I just need to pass something in. It needs something. There we go. What? I can't do that? No, it's just temporary. All right, good. Good. That was stale. Okay, here's the new one, right? Okay, it fails. Right, so it never registered a delegate. We can fix that. Back here where it registers delegates, it registered one. Did it register one with Raft at all? Maybe that's in configure Raft. Yes, so we'll set our own commit delegate here. Set commit configuration delegate, and then that gets this parameter back. And then that's Raft config, cluster config. And here's where we do what we want. What do we want to do? I think I want to do like what I did here. So on Raft. Oh, what am I doing? Not there. Here. On Raft configuration committed. Okay, then I'll need this stuff. I'll put it with that. Will that fit on one line? Nah, not really. Alright. Here's the config. Well, let's take this whole thing and paste it there. And I try not to use this case. I try to use imperative case now. We will say well, actually, I guess we could say it like this. So this method is provided. All right. Why am I typing it? I can just copy it again. To the ref algorithm as a delegate to be called whenever the algorithm has determined that a new single cluster configuration has been committed to the cluster. All right. Okay, so let's give a body to that. Dun, dun, dun. Get the lock. It doesn't really matter what the new config is for us. So what I really just want to do is apply that, just like we applied the start reconfiguration. So we want to apply a finish reconfiguration. Finish comes before start alphabetically. Whoops. So start recon, so this kind of thing? Yes. On a raft, so we're gonna do that here. Finish reconfiguration, and that's capitalized there only. And then there is no body. That's it. There we go. Ship it. Let's see if that fixes it. Hey! Green light. Let's run them all. There we go. I love it when a plan comes together, so let's put that in now. Right, so, oh, and I didn't need that line. Let me remove that line. This one. I don't need that. Whoop. Gone. So right, we become leader of the cluster, and then Raf says, oh, by the way, here's a new cluster configuration. It just got applied, and the coordinator said, okay, good, we're finishing the reconfiguration then. So that's good. And I might have to update that later to put in the new config. No, we'll pick it up from the state. We'll just we'll read the file. Actually, that's probably what we should do. When that gets committed, we'll expect the executor to write the file, and then we should just open it up and read it again, right? I have to decide what to do. That's one thing that I haven't thought about what to do. Figure out how coordinator will obtain its new configuration. Because right now it gets its configuration from its dependency injected. So that might have to change. It gets it through, where is it? coordinator, right here. So rather than getting it only when something calls configure on it, either something has to call, the something would be the main program. Either the main program would have to call it again, or the coordinator would have to hook into finding out when it should get it again. I'll have to figure that out. This new configuration. All right. Stage and, oh, hold on. Let me double check. Double check everything looks okay. This is really just a bind. bind this bind this to that and forward the parameter. I could use standard bind, but I don't really like standard bind so much. Kind of feels clumsy. Right, okay. Whoops. I did stage them. Okay, good. Coordinator. Apply, let's, full sentence. Apply finish configuration command and when, upon receipt of a single configuration commit callback from wrapped. All right. Oh, I'm past the 4-hour mark. That's probably why my stomach is rumbling. How much more of the plan do I have? I got that much done. That's a decent amount. This one won't take much time. This one, actually, that's the subject to figure. I have to figure that out, so I really can't do that today. And this is a bunch more work. I think I'll save that for tomorrow and that for tomorrow. And I'll just do this one and I'll wrap up. Yep, getting tired. So we'll have the executor. I already have the code for this. It's kind of crude. It's not safe. So, but I'll move it into the right place and then maybe I'll work on making it safe. So we expect it once the command is committed, right? So executor tests. So it's kind of like that one. It's replace configuration file when finish reconfiguration committed. Okay, so here's the new configuration. The setup had an old one, right? Yeah, so the answer starts out as 42. We're going to change it to 44. And we're going to change all of these. So finish, and that's becomes that. I need to pull that in. Finish reconfiguration. All right, it has no configuration in it. We put it in and we publish that it's in the journal, and then we commit it. And then at that point, I think what we do is we load the committed one, and it should match the new. And then we're done, right? And we should say the provisional does not exist. And that can be an expect. Does this, what does this do if the file doesn't exist? Oh, okay. It'll do something sane. Alright, so the provisional should no longer exist. The committed one will exist and it'll have the new configuration in it. Sound good, right? Here it is. So it fails. It didn't replace it because we haven't written the code yet. Gotta write the code. So I had that signaled here to move it, right? So it's on commit, so we already have a nice place for it. This speaks to having a table, like a lookup table, but this might be a little bit overkill for what I need now. I'll need a table eventually. A table like a map between string and function to call. I don't feel like doing it now. We'll just do it quick and dirty. Quick and dirty. In fact, I'll even repeat the get type call. 'Cause why not? And then here, we just put this code, right? If there is a provisional file, then destroy the backup. Oh, I did have a concept of a backup. Where's the backup? Oh, so okay, my idea about it being unsafe is maybe wrong. We destroy a backup copy. We back up the old one, and if that succeeds, then we move. So this is moving the old configuration to backup after destroying if there was an old backup. Previous backup. We destroy the previous backup, then back up the current config, then replace the current with the new one. Why does this say old? Oh, right. For these path names, we can't use the same variables for old and new. Right, that makes sense. Okay, actually that should work. This is safer because it will back up the old one. I do need a test to recover, like if the executor starts up and it sees that there isn't a config file, but there is a backup file, probably the right thing to do would be to move the backup file or copy the backup file to in place of the configuration, right? So actually, let me make a test for that. It's never a better time than now to at least put a placeholder. So recover backup, recover configuration backup on start if configuration missing. I'll just keep that a to-do placeholder. All right. So that's nothing in there, so it'll work. Okay, this still fails. Didn't write it. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, yeah. We actually have to set up the situation where that file is there in the test. So that means I have to write the provisional configuration file out. So presumably by this point, it's in the provisional file. So let's do the write JSON to file thing to do that. Write JSON to file, provisional configuration file, new configuration. Yep, forgot to do that. Let's try again. Yay! Nice. Although it's not that complicated. It's really not that big a deal. It's going to get more and more complicated the more state we have in the server, right? And eventually, a lot of the state might probably move to a database, and so the executor will be doing nothing more than sending database, or forming and executing database transactions. That's the plan. All right. Yes. Stage that executor. Respond to final finish reconfiguration commands by moving current configuration, backing up, and then moving provisional new next configuration to replace the current. So summary, handle, finish, reconfiguration. Being committed. Yep, commit. Push that. And let me see if there's anything else I forgot. I'm getting tired. This is a good good stopping point. The only thing not committed is I have a new config I was playing around with. I'm going to use for testing, so we're good. So I got that much done. These still need to be done. So I need to figure out how the config coordinator will pick up the new configuration and actually start using it. And then we need to update the dialogue between coordinator and orchestrator, because the orchestrator needs to know, when do we start the new servers, when do we shut down the old ones. And as soon as that's all done, so I'll work on that tomorrow, and if I can get that done, we can actually try to add and remove servers from the cluster from the admin console, which would be awesome if it worked. So I hope you guys enjoyed today. I have a Discord if you would like to ask coding questions there, or if you just want to get an announcement when I'm going to stream. But I've been trying to keep on this schedule of 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, and then, yeah, so it's just 4 hours a day, weekdays. If I ever stream more, I'll probably stick to that schedule and just add another slot in the afternoon. Thank you for watching, BugFound. So what else do I want to mention? That's about it. Working on this tomorrow, so if this doesn't sound interesting, that's no big deal, but that's what we'll probably be working on. Oh, thanks for the follow. I am not Then-K. No, I am not Hen-K? You're not Hen-K? Anyway, thanks for the follow. I'm going to peek off stream to see who's going right now, who we can host. Oh, I haven't hosted Oh Bother in a while, so we'll do that. Let me get the link and make sure he's actually streaming. And I'll post the link and then we'll host him. Yeah, he's still going. So Oh Bother is a fun guy to watch. He is more of an engineer than I am. He does a mixture of software and hardware. Today he is working on font switching in Python. Usually he's working on a bot. So maybe this has to do with something he's adding to a bot of his. So it's pretty cool. He's got an interesting work area. He's got a lot of hardware in the background, and he either works on robots or software for robots. So he's an interesting guy to watch. So I hope you enjoy watching him. I set up to host him, and I'll say goodbye. Yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed today, and see you tomorrow.